Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. Welcome to the show, everybody. We're here every Wednesday night. A couple former Christians, currently atheist or atheist adjacent, just kind of trying to figure out life and looking back on things we used to believe as Christians and what we think of them things now and what we think of other things now.
They're crazy.
Yep. Well, that about wraps it up. So thank you, everyone.
Good
night. Well, we're getting pretty good at this. Yeah. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, from 6 hours to 3 minutes.
And most of that was just the intro video. But figured, a little making up to do for last week. But yeah, last week was, for those of you who were here for it, first of all, thanks for sticking around for it. That was our longest yet. It was just a little over 6 hours. But I mean,
well, Kip showed up when the podcast restarted or something.
Yeah, pretty much. We were about 3.5 hours in, and our Dr. Kip Davis, someone we're actually a huge fan of here on the YouTubeosphere and elsewhere. He does other things as well, but mainly on YouTube is where we know him from. But yeah, he popped in about 3.5 hours in. It's well, yeah, like Matt said, essentially show just kind of restarted from there. Had a lot of cool conversations with him. He tried to show us his dogs, which was, adorable. Partially because his dogs were adorable, but also because it was so dark, we couldn't really see anything. So it was just kind of adorable that he kept trying anyway. But
adorbs.
Mm-hmm. Totes. Yeah.
So I'll just believe the dog was there. We never really saw it. I'm not even really sure it was Kip.
Yeah. True enough. But so go back and watch that if you're interested. Like I said, I think the first part of that was good. What were we reacting to? Oh yeah, we were reacting to Wes Huff again. That usually seems to be a thing that the people like when we do.
And Huffster. Sorry.
Yeah. So what Westminster Huffington or whatever we call him. That was
That's when he's feeling fancy.
Mm-hmm. Well, come on. When is he not feeling fancy? But speaking of feeling fancy, now that Spooky's here, I'm feeling fancy. I think we're supremely disappointed in the total lack of preparation for this stream. I was on your live section waiting for the show to start, and bam, you just started. Really? Huh.
There was no intro thing?
No warning. Ooh, man. Us with no warning. That's got to be rough. I wouldn't want that. That's for sure. But
interesting. I guess there was a delay. I'm curious what you heard in the beginning.
Yeah. At what point did we at least start with the Matt saying "Welcome to the Humanity," or was it the bottle opener or title? Yeah, let us know where exactly you started, because now I'm curious. So
that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but I mean, we can always just. Ooh. Well, I guess since you're already enjoying, let's get into what we're drinking tonight.
Okay. I'm going to go first because I'm excited about the name of this beer.
I figured.
That's a terrible idea. What time?
8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern every Wednesday. That's what time for the terrible idea. Haha, see what I did there? That's us.
Triple dry hopped. Ooh. And it's citrusy, mango-y, but by way of orange. Mandarin orange.
Ooh.
That's more of the flavor.
I enjoy mandarin orange and mango-y.
So. Not like that Founders Triple IPA, I think it was, where it was just kind of
Yeah, or when Sam Adams would try to make IPAs but couldn't decide what hop profile they wanted, so they just went with all of them. So
yeah, that's what happened. That was their focus group designed your beer flavor.
Well, that one I think they actually let geography that was their latitude 48. It was named that because all the hops they used were grown somewhere along the 48 line of latitude on the Earth, across Europe or wherever it was.
Right, that sounds neat.
Yeah, it sounded like a good idea.
Like hop.
Yeah,
nothing in particular.
Yeah, it's Like so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should, or whatever that line from Jurassic Park is. So,
Echo.
oh, hmm,
Floor lamp 75.
hmm. Sounds
Did
good.
something a little different with the lighting.
Hmm. Yeah, so I'm excited about my beer tonight as well because I'm keeping with the holiday theme. A different one. This is from Mad Tree, one of my favorite local breweries. Their Holidays IPA.
That is a good one with this. The spruce tips. Is that what it is?
Yes, yes, but they call it Holidays, but it has spruce. I guess they didn't just want to call it Sprucey Days or whatever. But whatever. Either way, it's good, and also just love the can. Like that's one of the most like Christmassy Christmas beer cans you ever did see. So, yep, my daughter really likes it too, but not the beer, the can. She's too young.
Oh,
For that.
what? The stream is set up beforehand.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, yeah, because usually, like a lot of times, I'll see you or someone else like in the chat, like just while the intro videos
Yeah.
rolling. Yeah, that's
We'll have to research and modify that.
yeah, yeah. But or hey,
Sorry for coming in hot. He's just like, what? What the hell?
hey, what, like
Also
no
hi.
need for yeah. I mean, come on, like interacting in a social situation inappropriately. Are you seriously apologizing to us about that? Come on. But now you need to apologize for apologizing, young man. That's just uncalled for. Totally kidding, though.
This is very.
Let's see. Any other updates? Oh, I guess you may notice like I have a different background. Basically, I'm just sitting at the other end of my dining room table, so now you can see my living room because we got the Christmas tree up, and like I did last year, I was like, it's a nice little backdrop for this time of year. Change it up a little, do something special. So that's the tree is replacing good old Robbie P. People remember Robbie P. If people remember that we call it Robbie P because we keep forgetting to say that we call him Robbie P. But yeah, the little fake plant that holds the flags. Yeah, finally. Hi. Always good to see you, Spooky. But then I do also have the scented candle, but it's just like way in the back there, and it's like behind a chair arm or something. Yeah. Also, it's near the end, so we'll see if that candle actually lasts the length of the show. So for people watching, when you notice the candle burn out, let me know in the chat. Just cause I like candles out. Yeah. Yes. Christmas tree. Mice.
Maybe I'll
or
get
nice.
an elf and just staple it to the wall.
Staple. But
Just like,
but in a, yeah, I was gonna say in a kind of awkward, very unnatural, like maybe somewhat unsettling position. Not quite disturbing, just unsettling.
just staple its ass to the wall. So just like, ah, off to one side.
I like it. Make it so. All right. So, any other life updates? Oh, yes, I did hear from back from my colonoscopy that I had a couple weeks ago. Yeah, they scooped off a little polyp or whatever. They called me officially like, yeah, it's benign, all good. See you in 3 years. I'm like 3? I thought it was going to be 10.
Yeah, they were real sure that was benign. It took them 10 days. Like that went to the bottom of that list to get tested.
The bottom. But jokes. Anything else going on? See, there's always things that I want to like update, but always forget. But then I'll remember later. It's like, oh, this week I'm going to do it. Then I forget. So I guess maybe just a couple channel updates. Yeah. So what's today? Today's the 3rd. I think we decided in 2 weeks from tonight doing the big ol' Bible character tier list episode, which me and Matt did like sometime last year. It's been well over a year ago. It's on our. Also, speaking of the channel, we've created a playlist with some of our favorite episodes. They're either episodes like that were just personal favorites of ours, or ones where we go more into like our backstory, so kind of like get to know us type of episodes as well. But that is definitely on that playlist, so go check that out. Oh, thank you, my bumhole passage. Yep, it's looking good. Now it's a little more clear because they removed a thing from there. I haven't noticed any difference, like things like moving easier or anything. That would have been nice that if I did notice something like that, but would have made it seem worth it. But oh well.
Yeah, that would have. Yeah, if there was a noticeable difference, then it was big.
Yeah, but apparently not. So, so yeah. So in 2 weeks, so we're doing the Bible character tier list episode. One of the reasons we're doing it again was like one, because like when we did it before, that's back when like no one was watching. We felt like that was a waste. But you can still go back and watch now. But now we also also not just have more people watching, but more people interested in like interacting, especially hopping on with us on the stream. We kind of want to make this like an basically open invite. Well, not completely open, but definitely for our regulars and like other people if they're cool. Yeah, let's get a bunch of people on. Let's all do this Bible character tier list together, and it'll be good times. Like a little something right before Christmas and the other holidays, because the week after that, that Wednesday is Christmas Eve. I know I will not be available to do the show. So, but I mean, Matt, if you're bored and just want to do a Christmas Eve show on your own,
maybe. I'm usually putting off wrapping presents.
Yeah, there's that too. And then of course, the holidays being the way they are, the following week will be New Year's Eve. Like I don't have any plans for New Year's Eve, so I'll probably still be on. But yeah. Or maybe if I don't have plans and you don't have plans, maybe that means we should have plans. But I don't know.
Matching hat and top.
Ooh,
they're actually not the same color. This is,
they look close.
Light green, and that's light dirty. Because there's a lot of actually it's multicolored now.
Yeah, I think light dirty. That's kind of like what my hair color used to be back when I had hair. Or as one friend described it, the hair color as carcass. That was Sadie, by the way. So Matt knows Sadie. So
right,
that makes sense.
Was and still is nuts.
Yeah,
not a Christian anymore, so that's nice.
Oh, well, good for her.
That worked out.
Yeah, I'm happy for her. So anyway, so yeah. 2 weeks from tonight, Bible character tier list, big show. Hopefully, a bunch of guests. If anyone out there is wanting to join us, yeah, we'll have the link out. Feel free to hop on, or even if you want to be on like from the beginning, let us know and we can send you the link beforehand. You could even maybe start the show with us. Who knows? We'll see. But and then week after that, probably no show, or at least I won't be here because of Christmas Eve. Matt may do a thing. New Year's Eve, maybe a show. But what we're really excited about is to start the new year. We're finally doing that series on our former church Crossroads series on deconstruction. And to give you a little, I know we've mentioned it before, but to give you an indication on where this series goes and why we found it so upsetting, their deconstruction series was titled Rock Solid. So...
Gay!
Thank you. Was that planned or was
no?
That just... Oh, all right.
I mean, it felt planned in my head because you said it, and I was like, "Oh!" And then I said it right after that, and I realized that happened real fast and not as slow as it felt.
That's what she said. So yeah, I don't know how long that. I don't know.
That's a horrible insult. That's what she said.
Well, hey, nobody's perfect. But also, speaking of things that she may or may not have said, we're not sure how long it's going to be. The series, that is. I forget how many sermons they did. I don't know if we're going to break it up. Just we'll try to tackle one sermon per week, because they also, here's the other thing I don't think we've discussed, Matt, was because for people who know this church, they do their in-person, like live, like
Yeah.
weekend services, but they also have the online version where sometimes they'll just, at least used to me, and I haven't followed them anymore. I don't know if this is the norm for them now, but instead of just always just streaming like the weekend service on the internet, they actually do a completely different like video, basically just record a video of someone delivering the message. And sometimes it's though it might be the same topic, it's like a very different like actual sermon. I was thinking we'd cover like the online version,
Yeah,
because
with
we're online. So
what's that?
Yeah.
That's his name?
What's that?
He was the online pastor.
Oh yeah, Kyle something.
Yeah, that's the one I saw, I think.
Yeah. They had a few people doing the online ones. I think the guy who normally did like their like youth, he was like a youth pastor, like their student ministry, like Paco, I think is his name. But
Which is
Yeah.
not his real name, but he is Hispanic, and so Paco.
Yeah, but he genuinely funny story, at least the way he delivered it. Because I guess his real name is Neville, because he was talking about like being like a kid, like in youth group, and he was talking like his youth pastor, one of the youth leaders or something. He's like, "Hey, my name's Neville," and the guy says, "You don't look like a Neville. You look like a Paco," and he's like, "And you look like a racist." Like that was genuinely funny. So, but, he stuck with it. So, all right. So
He's a racist now, I guess.
Yeah. Ooh, cell phone. Those are rare. So that's the big channel news. So stay tuned for. Yeah, I'm really excited. Matt probably is too.
Yeah, I might actually prepare
terrified
for that.
Yeah, because we'll probably have to, because these are going to be like full sermons, kind of like we did last time. Like the first time we actually covered a Crossroads sermon, like we actually like watched it beforehand, like took notes, and because I don't know,
we might even be able to snip it and cut out some. Like if somebody goes into like a long metaphor, it's also like this, and they're like, okay, it's filler time. We'll skip that.
Right. So yeah, so maybe a bit like skipping around and whatever, but yeah, we'll try to be prepared. But nothing else, we'll just do more 6-hour episodes. Fuck it. I mean, no. The only reason I was able to do that last week is because I literally had nothing going on the next day. Because the next day was Thanksgiving, but I wasn't actually doing like Thanksgiving with family and stuff until Friday. So yeah, didn't work.
I actually have to go paint. That like. So what time? So I got to get up at least 8:30.
That sucks.
Means. What does that mean for timing?
You want to be off by
like somewhere between midnight and midnight 30.
Midnight 30. All right, sounds good to me. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to have a little bit of a longer work day tomorrow because we're getting into busy season. So like we're doing like overtime now. So yeah. So anyway, so like I said, we're real excited to do a series on Crossroads Church's series on deconstruction starting in January. Stay tuned for that. It's gonna be something. All right, but
lots of feelings. It's gonna be lots of feelings.
Yeah. I definitely had lots of feelings when I watched it. Fortunately, like I still wasn't attending the church at that point. I think I'm trying to remember where exactly it was. I think I was already atheist by this point, but I think I saw that they were doing a series on it, on deconstruction. So I guess I was just more curious, like, what is their angle going to be on this? And it was one of the worst. The first one especially was just one of the worst sermons I've ever seen.
Like basically fucked a donkey on stage.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no. Stop.
Yeah, so if that sounds appealing, if it does get help, but watch anyway. All right. But that's later. Now let's finally get to tonight.
Tonight on the humanity.
Tonight we realized, we'd never covered a video from the Testify channel featuring the one and only Erik Manning. And I kind of felt bad for that. Felt bad about that. So tonight we're watching a video from the Testify channel, and I kind of feel bad about that. So lots of feelings going on with that. So this video is titled, "You're Not Supposed to Exist," parentheses, "if atheism is true," which is a hell of a claim. But before we get to that, clearly like more pressing matters. Was the donkey pretty?
I don't know. Is the concept of deconstruction pretty? Because, yeah, they did bad things to the concept.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, for some reason, I don't know why. And I don't know why this makes sense, but it makes sense to say deconstruction is like fucking a pretty donkey. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't know why it makes sense. I don't know if it actually does make sense.
I don't think you should find out why.
Good call. Good call. All right. So
You come in like right during that section.
Yep. Welcome. All right.
By the way, this beer's 11%. I made sure the next one is not as potent.
Oh, man. No, but speaking of people in the chat and what we're drinking, as usual, if you're enjoying something this evening, let us know. Whether it's a beverage, food, like the beverage can be alcoholic or not, just whatever you're relaxing with this evening.
I mean, Dr. Kip was also watching a TV show, so
yeah.
And then he's like, "Hey," and then just starts talking about the show he's watching. It's like,
amateurs, I swear. All right. So yes. Yeah. Who would have thought, Matt? I mean, I was shocked too. But
I'm wise beyond my beers.
I'm only wise within my beers. So. Ooh.
Drinking orange squash.
Orange squash. Like because squash, like the vegetable / fruit gourd thingy, or is that the name of some beverage?
Or is it like a pumpkin beer?
Yeah. Ooh.
Somebody can you make pumpkin liquor?
Oh, I'm sure you can make anything liquor.
You should be able to ferment that shit. There's sugars in it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You can make moonshine for just about anything that has sugars in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, or some manner of distilled beverage. All right. Let's see. Yeah. We're watching a video. So yes, the Testify channel featuring
quickly. People are leaving.
Yeah, featuring Erik Manning. Let's see. The name of this video is "You're Not Supposed to Exist if Atheism is True. Consciousness makes no sense if atheism is true." That's like from the description. So
points, but we'll find out.
Yeah. Let's find out together, shall we? I mean, starting off with some, quality. I don't know. It's not quite stick figure, but some kind of
the
art thing.
The meme art that's used is incel adjacent.
A bit, and sometimes, as other YouTubers have pointed out, maybe at least mildly racist and anti-Semitic sometimes.
Correct. Yeah, but he's this is what passes for intellectualism if you've been red-pilled, I think.
Yeah. And I actually haven't watched too much of Erik Manning's stuff as far as like his videos. I'm really more familiar with him being on like other streams. Particularly, he's apparently good friends with Michael Jones of Inspiring Philosophy.
Oh, of course he is.
Yeah, or Insipid Sophistry, or it goes by many names. That's a channel like I would also be interested in covering him, but I feel like he actually does get into like more like deeper like philosophical and like theological matters that I feel like I'm just not very much an expert on. So I feel like I wouldn't necessarily have too much to say.
And I can't tell.
But
I know he's full of crap somewhere. Like even when
yeah,
it's something he
yeah,
knows about.
listening to other people who are experts in such fields say, "Oh yeah, this guy's full of shit." So, so it is concentrated orange drink that you dilute, the British thing. Interesting.
So like,
Well, fun.
Tang. Remember that?
Oh yeah, Tang was my favorite, man. Had that
It was
all
an
the time.
astronaut drink that they.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like the Americans like garbage.
But you know what I did, like when I was like in college / shortly out of college, like being a bachelor, lived on my own. Like like when I was like making food at home, like stir fries or whatever, I would actually sprinkle some Tang powder in there as like a seasoning. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, get that like what's that? Poor man's General Tso's chicken.
Yeah.
Hey, is it General Tso's? Hey,
I always heard it just General So.
so
Yeah.
it's made up anyway. It's not a real Chinese thing.
Yeah, I found like most of the like a lot of the very popular versions of cuisine from other cultures is usually not original. Like in Indian food, like chicken tikka masala, not actually from India. It was apparently made. I think it was actually. I don't remember if it was actually made in Britain or it was just made for British people because they're like, the British people will like this. We'll make this for them, kind of thing. So,
yeah,
I mean, it's still good, but yeah,
they still love a good curry in the UK, which is funny because like when like the super racist fucks are like doing their racist things out in the open, and then they go for a curry afterwards.
Yeah, but curry is just one of my favorite foods in the entire world. Yeah, there's a Indian restaurant near me called Maya's Indian Restaurant. Like my favorite thing in the world. We get there, like it's either Kadal or Kadai. I can never remember because they printed it both ways on their menus, and I don't remember which one is the original. But it's a ginger chicken like curry with like actual like chunks of ginger in it, like with other veggies and stuff. But that along with what it's called aloo bhatura. It's basically fried bread stuffed with seasoned potato. So fucking good.
It's like little mini potato chimichangas.
Well, no, it's like a large thing. Like picture like an elephant ear, but like that kind of fried dough, but not with cinnamon sugar, but just stuffed with like shredded seasoned potato.
Oh yeah, that's great. That sounds great.
Fucking good. Yeah, with the ginger chicken curry stuff. Oh, anyway, man,
on the inside.
What?
It's all on the inside. All of that?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're two separate things. There's the aloo bhatura and the kadal ginger chicken or kadai, whatever it is.
Like, I think they invented Indian street food.
Yeah, but really good. Ooh. Chicken madras, Bombay potatoes. Yeah, Bombay potatoes, good time. Pilau rice, garlic naan.
Very good.
Yes.
They just like smash the garlic into the top of it.
Yeah, if that's usually like the two breads we usually get. Like when I get Indian with my kids, we get the aloo bhatura and the garlic naan, and then a bunch of other stuff.
When people don't get naan when they get Indian food, I do not get it. You need the naan because it's how you get the rest of the great curry off your plate.
Yeah, well, see, that's actually what I use the aloo bhatura for instead, because like this may sound like heresy, but I actually prefer that to the naan. But I mean, I still freaking love naan. But if I had to choose between two, cheap.
In fact, I really don't understand how Americans love sauce, so it's like extra saucy. Any kind of like international food in the U.S., there's extra sauce in it. I don't know how they have like that much dairy in it and like that much cheese and just stuff that costs money, and then they sell it for what seems like at cost.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe they got a deal with someone. I don't know, but yeah.
Meanwhile,
anyway,
Charlie Brown's drinking coffee with his toes.
Yeah. All right. So let's find out why we're not supposed to exist if atheism is true, because consciousness, and totally not. See if you can spot how well he does about trying to explain how this is not a God of the Gaps thing. But hey, our Twitch viewers early this week.
Always
Anyway.
the same bullshit that they're trying to promote.
Yep. All right. Well, speaking of bullshit, we should probably get to this eventually. It is a shorter video, but first,
Okay.
man. But first, what's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy Talks.
Good to see you again. Here's Erik Manning. Welcome.
Let's talk about something so obvious we miss how weird it really is. You're conscious.
Sorry.
You're not just reacting to stuff so obvious we miss how weird it really is. You're conscious. You're not just reacting to stuff like a rock rolling downhill. You're aware. You experience the world. You think about your future. You worry about finals. You wonder whether this video will change your mind. You know that you're you. Here's the problem. According to atheistic naturalism, none of this was supposed to happen.
Well, that's as soon as you're talking about things that are supposed to happen and you're talking about naturalism, you've already missed the point.
Yeah, that's why I say in a way he's right, but not the way he thinks. So yeah, according to what they call like atheistic naturalism, they call it, there's so many names it goes by. I'm still not quite sure what all the differences are, but I consider myself a naturalist and an atheist, so I guess it's me. But yeah, so according to atheistic naturalism, none of this was supposed to happen because, like you said, nothing is really supposed to happen. Things just happen. I mean, it also depends what you mean by supposed to, meaning like, was there some kind of plan or intention behind all of this? Or, I mean, I'd say it was supposed to happen just in the sense of just the way physics works is like in chemistry and biology and all the different things that make us the way we are. It's like, this is how we formed, and our brains developed to the point where we experience this thing we call consciousness. Same seems to be happening in other animals as well, but
yeah, different degrees.
Yeah,
there doesn't seem to be a point where it's not happening in something that we call alive.
Yeah, and then but I don't want to get too deep. This could be its own episode, just getting into like probably like way over my pay grade, which doesn't take much, but there's that whole like what even is consciousness, but because then you can also get into theories like panpsychism or other things that say basically either everything is conscious or consciousness is in everything, or like consciousness being the fundamental aspect of the universe, or the more naturalistic view saying like no, consciousness is an emergent property of certain natural processes, which as little as I actually do like know or understand really on the subject, I tend to land in the like consciousness is an emergent property, but I also, like I said, I am by no means any sort of expert on any relevant topic in that discussion, and it's like
that's just as we understand consciousness.
Yeah,
from our perspective.
Yeah,
like it could be that like it is it's a scale. It's a gradation. Like
yeah, because I've listened to people who seem to think that consciousness is the more fundamental thing, whether it's panpsychism or I think idealism is maybe one. Like I've listened to people like Philip Goff, Bernardo Kastrup, Donald Hoffman, several others, Aaron Tomlinson, friend of ours, friend of the show.
How do you feel about that it's fundamental? Do they mean fundamental like everything is built on it, or it is a component of everything?
Well, that's the thing. I still don't actually understand what that means.
Yeah, me neither. If they're saying that like it's everything is like birthed from consciousness, you'd be like, I don't. But if they're saying that like it's what I don't know, like three-legged stool.
Yeah.
Like if it's one of the legs of the stool for existence, okay, I could see that maybe being a thing, but
yeah, but. I mean, of the people I've heard talk about it, I'd say probably Bernardo Castro probably makes it make the most sense to me, like the way he describes it.
And he's doing his best. You know, he can't explain what's in his head.
Right. Yeah. And unless you're also like on his level and like you know what he's talking about. But even then, yeah, who knows? But because he described like, because he's not like a science denialist person, or like if that's a
No.
thing, because like he really like, yeah, science is a real thing, like the physical world. It's not like he's not saying there is no physical world. It's like all just, it's like somewhere in between, like it's just a projection of our brain, and like it's a projection of our brain, but our projection of our brain of real things, like it's, like I said, most of it I didn't quite understand, but he referred to like science as just a useful fiction. He's like, it is useful, like we can make measurements, predictions, like figure out the way things work,
Yeah.
but it's a useful fiction. But then the way he described like his, like it was some kind of idealism, I think, I can't remember the exact term. But then the way he described it to me, it sounded like, okay, well, it sounds like you could also say that his framework is also just a useful fiction, because it still seems to be like based on what he can observe and what he understands. This is how he sees the world. I didn't really quite understand how he can say science is just a useful fiction, but his ideas aren't. But
Well, yeah, he wouldn't say
Yeah.
just useful fiction because he doesn't normally talk that way from what I've seen. I don't think.
And I don't think he said it that way. That's
Yeah.
just the way it came out when I said it. But yeah, my bad.
What I assume he means, and I hope this is what he means, because that's like a really useful way to put it. Like Newtonian physics works down to a certain scale, and then you have to use quantum physics. But like
Mm-hmm.
they both have their limits for what they can explain. You get outside their range of what they can explain, and it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. So I guess, and it should.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you would think, like, if it explains things that, and like the measurements work every time for Newtonian physics, and those equations, and then you do with quantum physics stuff, and like the same laws don't apply. It should. So
Yeah.
just humanity's descriptions of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. But with all this discussion, like I said, I barely understand any of it. But for the most part, I'm just like, I find it interesting. But when it comes to like how I live my day to day life, like I kind of don't care. Like living as if like the natural world is all there is. It's like it's served me well so far, so I'm just kind of going with it. So
yeah, best not to live as if something that can't be proven is true.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I found. I mean,
3 times 3 times 3 times 3.
So, we have 81. So yeah, 3 times 3 is 9 times 3, 27 times 3. Yeah. Wow.
It's a
It's not 3 cubed, 3 quadrated.
is it quadrinity? Is that what the quadrinity of trinities?
Ooh, the quadrinity of trinities. I like that. Okay, no one else subscribe. I want to make this a t-shirt. or you have to do a swap. If someone else wants to subscribe, you got to convince someone else to unsubscribe. Actually, please don't.
I do think it's really amusing. We have way more subscribers than we have people who comment.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you ashamed?
Well, also to be fair, I mean, one of the subscribers is me, at least.
Yeah, I do wonder if one of the people is somebody from or more than one person is from my extended family, and they're like, if he knows I'm watching, he'll want to talk to me. And I don't want to talk to him about these things because, like, I am not ready.
Well, that's cool. All right, so yeah, consciousness. It's weird, basically, because I know, like Bernardo Castro, he says he doesn't like panpsychism, but as far as panpsychism goes, probably the person I'm most familiar with who is a proponent of that is Philip Goff. He might be someone I want to talk about sometime on the show, just because
I might have come across him.
Because he also recently became a Christian, but as he's a like self-described heretical Christian. I think he said he used to be atheist before that. Maybe grew up like Catholic or Episcopal or something like that. But he seems to be very much. I've never heard him actually mention like Thomas Ord and the whole like God can't thing, but that's his
Then why
version of
bother?
God. Yeah, but that's his version of God is a limited God, and like because he says like that's kind of solves the problem of evil. It's like, well, God can't do anything about it. Oh, hey, well, I figured you would, Nitty. Yeah, you got some very cool, insightful stuff. So yeah, for anyone who's not familiar, again, most people here probably are. Check out Nitty's channel. He does some really cool videos. I love his
I was
insights
watching,
on things, and yeah,
I was watching one. It was a recent one, I think, from Nitty. It might have been, I think it was the one you're on, Tommy, and then Nitty went solo for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the stuff that you were talking about, Nitty, where you put a lot of psychological things that I had been thinking about and realizing, but you put it into words and made it useful, and that was very helpful.
Yeah, that was and it was also fun hanging out. I've been on a show a couple times, always a good time, and he's been on our show before. So, but I'm assuming you mean Redeemed Zoomer. This is not a Redeemed Zoomer video.
No.
It's even better, worse. It's Erik Manning.
Is Redeemed Zoomer also an incel?
I kind of get that vibe a bit, but
yeah. The whole God can't, Thomas Ord shit. Like, then God would have to be an emergent property of the universe. Like, something would have to be above God in function and station.
Yeah, because to me, like, when I hear Philip Goff describe it, like whether his view of God, or even honestly, a lot of times when he's talking about panpsychism, it all to me just seems very ad hoc, where he's trying to, because he's right. The only way to make sense of anything like the Christian God, like being good, and trying to square that with the problem of evil, it's like you have to make him limited and not all powerful. So
he's based on a god that came out of a pantheon of gods, like regional gods.
Yeah,
and like that one was just the best one according to this rural people that took over a bunch of shit, basically.
Yeah, but to me, like the most parsimonious answer is like, well, there just is no God. But then he says, because the way he always frames it is like, because like Christianity is always like tying themselves in knots, trying to explain the problem of evil, but atheism is a problem because it's always tying itself in knots, trying to solve like the problem of fine tuning. And I'm like,
nope.
No, we're not at all.
Literally not. Scientists do that.
I mean, and I wouldn't even call it tying themselves in knots.
No, they just have. That's not how science works. If there's knots involved, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, and it's also like it's them just trying to figure it out. Not they're like, oh no, what do we do about this? This is such a problem. It's like it's really not. And also, a lot of scientists are actually saying the more we examine it, the more, I guess you could say, the less fine-tuned it actually seems, at least in the way a lot of people like Goff or other Christians try to say. But okay, he does seem like a nice guy most of the time. So yeah, we'll try not to shit on him too much. But I don't know, no promises. Sometimes
everyone is a person.
That's true, I guess, by definition. But yeah,
what, things get funnier when you pretend they're not for a minute.
Inappropriate ways, or inappropriate ways.
Yeah.
You want to hear that? But yeah, we definitely try not to do the whole like completely like dehumanizing people, like. But we'll definitely let people know if their ideas.
We'll let our president do that.
Or yeah,
it's above my pay grade.
Yeah, we'll just let people know when their ideas are dumb or harmful or they're being an asshole. Then we'll let them know. But yeah, nice way to put it, Jimmy. Erik is a nice guy, but his apologetic is worthy of scrutiny. Quite worthy of scrutiny. So let's let him continue. I'll just back him up a little bit here. Talking
Pepe,
about
racist.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and like I said, other YouTubers have pointed this out. Some of the imagery he uses is very unpleasant things coded.
Well, he's millennial racist. You get more into like Zoomer racist, and that's when you get the Groiper frog thing, which is just like Pepe's fat son.
Good times. All right. I clicked on you video. There you go.
Finals. You wonder whether this video will change your mind. You
No.
know that you're you. Here's the problem. According to atheistic naturalism, none of this was supposed to happen.
Speaking of things that weren't supposed to happen. The fuck? That's all I have to say to that.
All I have is nervous laughter.
Man, distracted me again. Jeez. All right.
Here's the problem. According to atheistic naturalism, none of this was supposed to happen. On naturalism, everything starts from unconscious matter, just particles bouncing around in a godless void. That's the foundation. No mind, no meaning, no purpose, just atoms and physics.
Well, not even atoms in the beginning.
Around in a godless void.
Yeah.
That's the foundation. No mind, no meaning, no purpose.
Yeah. I mean,
not as we would describe it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, like the way he's describing it is obviously maybe a little oversimplistic and crude, but I mean, generally, like, yeah, that kind of works. Yeah.
I would
there
say
was no intention behind it, just things bumping around, doing the things that things do, and voila, the universe.
Like, that was always going to create a universe, and it was always going to have planets made up of these things, stars made up of that. Like, that was always going to happen. So no meaning, no purpose, but there was a way it was going to go, which is not the same. But
yeah,
I quibble with the adjacent things I know he's trying to tack on with this.
Yeah. It's like I said, like I said, certain things he's saying, like, okay, yeah, that's technically true or acceptable at least, but it's just the fact that I know where he's going with this. It's like, but I'm trying to give him credit where I can.
Argument from discomfort.
Yeah, that's what a lot of this is. Yes,
it's just atoms and physics. So here's the question. Why would that kind of universe randomly cough up you? Consciousness isn't just one more physical process to throw.
He really just kind of moved on from that. Like, so why would
kind of universe randomly cough up you? Consciousness.
I mean, why wouldn't it?
Oh, that's an anti-Semitic frog. I think that's supposed to be.
I'm gonna back up away from that. Like, this is much more pleasant. Confused goose, or whatever this is. I dig it. That's how I feel a lot of this. Yeah. I feel a lot of times I feel like a confused goose.
Those duck videos on YouTube where it's some complex topic explained with ducks. The ones about
those are good.
Like I don't know if it was all neurodivergency types, but
I remember him talking about like ADHD and autism and
yeah,
excellent,
extremely validating, doing the Lord's work.
I was going to say BS. I think you misspelled testify, but I was thinking maybe he actually misspelled it. But anyway, joke's on him. Only conscious half the time. Hey yo,
Testify.
Yeah. Speaking of which, like, I was thinking about this because I remember one of the first videos I saw from you, BS. You were also talking about the whole like argument from consciousness. You may have actually even been talking about this video now that I think about it. But I loved your take, like saying like if consciousness is supposed to be an argument for God, you showed like an image of like a UFC fight with one guy like knocked out on the ground and said like argument for not God, because like if consciousness is argument for God, what's unconsciousness? And that legit made me laugh out loud. So
when we go to sleep, we're separated from God.
No, when we go to sleep, there just is no God. Because
man,
yeah. Right? Anyway, so
the question, why would that kind of universe randomly cough up you? Consciousness isn't just one more physical process to throw under a microscope. It's not like digestion or photosynthesis. It's first-person experience. And no matter how many neurons you map or circuits you model, you'll never get...
It's not those processes, and then he says it's a conscious experience, or something like that, which is the result of a combination of processes.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I don't quite understand this argument where it's like so many Christians say this, from people like Eric, and I've heard Frank Turek say it. It goes all the way back to C.S. Lewis and even before, or basically say like it doesn't make sense that mindless, unconscious processes would produce conscious minds. Like, why not? Like this whole like similar to the argument they have like against abiogenesis, saying like, well, you can't get life from non-life. Like, but why not? I mean, we get things from not the thing all the time. Like,
People are literally made of dead things.
yeah. Or also like my beer, like they didn't make this beer by just combining a bunch of smaller beers. Like, or like my phone was not built from just smaller phones. Like everything is made of not that thing, and then you put all the things together in certain arrangements, and then it becomes the thing. So
Yeah, we like eat a bunch of plants and animals and minerals and bullshit, and then we can manufacture a person rather accidentally.
yeah, quite often.
Yeah, well, things that are alive are literally exclusively made of things that are separately dead.
Yeah. I mean, plus, like, then when you throw in the whole concept of mereological nihilism and like other such things, where basically that says like there are no individual things, like everything is just certain arrangements of the same basic particles, like nothing new like ever exists. Like you can say like my phone like was built, you could say, oh, there's a time when my phone didn't exist, but all the parts of my phone existed, they were just in a different arrangement, or like same with anything else. So to the way I kind of look like at consciousness is like, okay, well, consciousness only comes from life, so it seems like consciousness comes from a special kind of life, maybe. But what is life except just like a special form of chemistry? And what is chemistry but like a special form of physics? So like it all just keeps going back, like these different things. Like once like the same stuff comes together in a certain arrangement, it makes a new thing. And then once those things come in together in a different arrangement, it makes another thing. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, and that whole arrangement of genetics and how that works and everything came like is the result of natural processes, and that's why it like really blows my mind. Like the whole there's a bunch of alien stuff talking about human alien hybrids and stuff. Look, if they are doing that, being able to pull that off, if they're pulling that off, we should give up. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're mastering a process that developed naturally over I don't know how many years it took for the first time to happen. Like
yeah. Well, hey, I've pathological demand avoidance. Giving up's kind of my jam. So
yeah, like I kind of want to know
not
like
quite
if aliens are real and like what they're capable of, because then I know like how much to give up. Like
it's always handy to know that
if they're here and they're mostly hidden, except for like people that other people generally don't listen to. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Our government can't hide shit for that long. So how do you hide that from the human race for so long? We should give up.
Yeah, suits me, I guess. All right, so yeah, this I hate this whole like line of questions. Like, well, how? Because they're also part of this whole reasoning of it doesn't make sense that you have like consciousness and life and all this design and whatever from mindless processes, like because. So, but there are certain things that they seem to be okay with coming from mindless processes, like like there's like I guess it comes to mind because of Douglas Adams' puddle analogy. Like, but he uses it because like a puddle is something that most people will think, oh, that wasn't designed, even though like the puddle does have like very specific like parameters and measurements and like amount of water and the shape and like how it is like on like the borders, like where exactly the water goes, the surface tension, all this stuff. But no one would say, oh, that required a mind to make. But
yeah, so the Men in Black will already be there. Like they'll already know you did, and then I will be like, they won't take you seriously unless you say that the aliens had brown skin.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends how dark skinned these aliens are. Then ICE might care. But
Came in through Mexico. Oh,
but
and hey,
yeah. So what was I saying?
we're in a Cold War of the civil variety,
Wow.
basically.
Yeah. So what was I saying though about things? Oh yes.
Natural.
Yeah, the puddle. Like, yeah, so there's so many things happen and form, which I mean, and depending on how you describe puddles and like what your standard is, you could say it's very complex, unless as far as dark grays, yeah, sure, that'd probably get them in some trouble, because I think dark gray, I think that's just black. So yeah, definitely issue with that for them, But as far as like, it's because I talk about complexity. Well, again, like depending on what your standard is, you could argue that a puddle is very complex. Like because it's not very like uniform. It's not smooth sides. It's like all kinds of indentations and bulges, and it can, depending on how much it's raining, it like grows or the sun comes out, it shrinks. Like there's all kinds of stuff going on there that like. But to me, like the difference is the reason why we don't care is like it's because puddles aren't things that we care about. So it's like no matter how complex that is, like yeah, we don't care. But since we are living conscious creatures, like life and consciousness are super important to us. So we think that it requires some special kind of explanation because we think we're special. But again, just looking at the way the universe kind of works, it's like, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense that on a planet that is in what they want to call the Goldilocks zone and has our kind of atmosphere, our kind of magnetosphere, like the water, like the distance from the sun and all that stuff, like it is a planet in a zone where, and with the conditions where life is possible. So it's really no surprise that life happens in a place where life is possible.
Yeah. Hey, you know that
Yeah,
weird comet Atlas 31 or whatever the fuck its name was, that came through that was super weird and acting funny and had the.
I don't remember that actually.
Okay, there was this big interstellar comedy thing, but it didn't behave at all like a comet. It glowed different colors at different times, and it had an anti-tail that was pointing in the wrong direction.
Oh, Comet E, not comedy. I got you. Okay.
Correct. Very important. Thanks for pointing that out. It was changing velocity. This is what I didn't look that deep into it, so I saw little chunks here and there. It seemed to be changing speeds and changing direction, not in accordance with the gravitational effect of the sun. And its tail was. It's not. It's less common for a comet to have a tail that isn't pointing away from the sun. Sometimes they point towards the sun because of charged particles and shit or something. But this had a tail in front of it pointing in the direction it was traveling. So if it's a comet, brand new kind of fucking comet that breaks some laws of what comets do. Laws that describe how we've known comets previously. Also, this is where I get to where it connects with what you were saying. It went kind of through our Goldilocks zone. It was a little further out, it was between like Earth and Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to fly through the solar system and come within, like, if it's interstellar ship of some kind or probe, then it was close enough to other planets that it could kind of like see or scan or do whatever it does to several planets at once as it traveled through the solar system. Yep. I don't
love interstellar comedy. Click on a Wookiee and Jesus walk into a bar.
Interesting. What would happen? I heard somebody describe Wookiees as space Bigfoot, and why had that never occurred to me before? That's amazing.
Yeah. Also, BS, that sounds like a good video idea for you. So get on it. You just volunteered yourself.
Joke,
Thanks.
by the way. Finish that joke.
Yeah. Geek. That do be how I do the things or something.
I hate it when atheists or leftists gatekeep.
Yeah. Or
Just
anyone
dumb.
really, but yeah.
But especially because that's not your thing. It's not supposed to be your thing.
Yeah. Kind of antithetical, you might say. But but this, so with the whole like there seems to be this idea like that they need some explanation for why life and consciousness and things exist, only because like those things are important to us. But if you look at the universe as a whole, it really doesn't seem like life or consciousness is very important to the universe. It seems like if the universe cares about anything and wants anything, it's like rocks, void, and explosions, because that seems to be what is in most of the places.
Unless the
But
universe is consciousness developing on higher levels is like it's just that seems to only come about through hardship, like fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, because like that's the other thing. Like they say, like, well, they talk about the odds that it was like just how unlikely it was that life would even be possible in the universe. It's like, first of all, it's like, how do they know how possible? Like, how do they know what other conditions the universe could even be in? Like, where do they even get those numbers? But it's like, but that kind of makes sense. Like, given like how vast the universe is and how empty most of it seems, or at least devoid of life, so much of it seems like, well, like it's so unlikely that life would occur anywhere. It's like, well, yeah, maybe that's why it doesn't seem to actually happen very often. And even in our instance, like if you look like on a like cosmic time scale, like first of all, just the time like in our universe where stars exist is actually pretty minuscule. Like not to mention like when actual planets like ours can exist and how long it will exist and how long life actually will be possible on this planet, it's like less than a blink of an eye, like on a cosmic scale. So it's like, yeah, looking at things like at that scale, when you tell me how unlikely it is, it's like, oh, that must be why it hardly ever happens. It's like, okay, I don't see why that's a problem. But then that's the other funny thing with statistics. It's like any situation that the universe could possibly be in is equally as unlikely as any other. So, like, what are the chances that the universe is like this? Same that it would have been literally any other way, but it had to be some way. So this is just the way it is. It's like people talk about. I think when people talk about like the odds of saying like how like it's like a 1 in whatever chance, like they almost have it in their mind that it needs to happen that many times in order to get this result. But like, say you have like a 20-sided die. I don't know, make myself sound like more of a nerd than I maybe am, but maybe not. But so you say like whatever number, say you want to roll a 17. Okay, you have like statistically, you have a 1 in 20 chance of rolling a 17 because it's a 20-sided die. But then the other question, but it's a whole separate question to say, okay, but how many times do you need to roll that die to get a 17? Like, but they're acting like it's, oh, you need to roll it 20 times. Like, no, like you could roll a 17 on your first try or your fifth try, or you could roll it 1,000 times and never get a 17. So just saying it's like a 1 in this many chance is like, yeah.
Is it the same number of zeros?
I think so. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Exactly. That's how you know if that number is right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I was about to click on that. Thanks, Ember. Good to see you. Like, hope your stream went well. I will have to go back and watch that. Like so many of your streams, I need to go back and watch. But yeah. Which also, speaking of Ember, check out her website, betterthanember.com. Like, among other things, you'll find a link to our show. So, I mean, obviously,
Nice.
I don't need to send you there for that reason. I don't need to send you there for that reason because you're already here. But not just us. Like, she keeps like a whole list of like all kinds of like other like YouTubers and content creators, just a giant list of shows, which I'm honored to be included on that list. So thank you very much for that. Also, just like a bunch of other like resources for like LGBTQ plus issues. Keeps up on like current events. Like I love your. I always blank on the name of it. Transfactual, is that the name of the shorter form like news update type videos you do? Fantastic. So yeah, check out Better Than Ember, her channel, and betterthanember.com. Fantastic website, and not just because we're on it in our small way, but yes.
That's a
yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what's stuck in my head right now is clips from Joe Rogan being interviewed by Jesse Michaels on American Alchemy. And I didn't watch the whole thing. I like Jesse Michaels most of the time. When Joe Rogan felt very comfortable on that, and he was saying some wacky shit. And Jesse Michaels is like, really? Wow. Like he's like trying to sound like cordial and friendly, you know, because he's that kind of person. But like, you can just kind of hear it. He's like, did not expect that. Don't want to endorse that. So how do I be polite and not sound like I agree?
Yes. Or Jimmy, conflate 100% results versus low probability. Yeah. So much conflation. So much. But all the channels you wish you known about sooner. Well, that's how I feel about yours.
Well,
definitely wish I would have. Yeah.
Indeed. And I have to say, like, this is a kudos.
Thanks, Spooky.
Kudos were good chocolate covered granola bars. I don't know if you remember those.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But so Ember does a lot of topics where they're mostly live when I'm like working, and they're often topics that like would interest me too much for working. You know, like my concentration wouldn't be on what I'm doing; it's on what I'm listening to.
That's definitely happened to me. Like when I've watched while I'm working, it's like I look at like what I got done for like that hour or those couple hours I was watching. Like, oh, I'm a little behind.
So those are good shows then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Saying. Yeah. Oh, and I was correct. Transfactual. Sweet.
Another good name.
Check those out. Yes. Indeed. All right. So. Right. So, but speaking of probability, so to me, it's like they only need, it seems like they only need explanations for things that they actually care about. Like I said, like things like life, because we're alive. So, of course, we think life is special. But it's like almost everything that happens. Yeah. Right. That's so us. But when you think about like anything that happens, and like the probability of all the possible ways it could have happened. I mean, even just think of like the sentence. Yes, but please
don't be more boring.
Like piss him off. Like say like, fuck you, Matt. I'm going to be interesting as hell. So, but I mean, just think about like, just think about like the sentence I'm saying right now, and all the words I'm saying, like the certain inflection in my voice, the tone I'm using, the pace, the space, like in seconds or milliseconds between each word, how much force of breath I'm using for each syllable, like exactly how closed are my lips on certain sounds, how pressed against my teeth is my tongue, like all these things. Like statistically speaking, this sentence that I'm speaking right now is impossible because it's a one, and you can't even calculate the number of possibilities of different ways I can say, even using the same words, just saying this sentence that I'm saying right now. But I still said it, and it still came out this way, kind of on purpose. It's also, you could say, like some of the words I'm being intentional about. Others, it's like I'm not even necessarily fully consciously thinking about it. They're just kind of coming out, which is most of the time probably what most of the show sounds like. But yeah, but does that make sense?
Yes, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or I guess an example that you would say, like, doesn't necessarily need any sort of like intention necessarily, but like just like that drink of beer I just took. If you think of like each individual molecule of beer that's in there and the exact path it traveled, like into my mouth and down my esophagus and into my stomach, like think of like how many different possible ways there were for that to happen. But since we don't care, it doesn't even occur to us to think, oh, there must be some like intelligent explanation for how that all happened. I mean, unless it actually were the case that our experience of my experience of drinking that did actually vary like wildly depending on which exact, like if they tumbling down my throat in this arrangement, it tastes like this. But if they're tumbling down this way, it tastes completely different. Like in that case, like then we would care. And then we say, oh, there must be some explanation that it happened this way and I enjoyed it. But yeah, but it doesn't. So I don't know. I feel like I'm belaboring the point, but yeah. Maybe this is why we're only 46 seconds into the video right now. So,
well, also, this guy sucks so bad.
yeah, I think that's part of our problem is we keep watching videos that piss us off. So we like it's almost like we subconsciously don't want to watch it. So we just wanting to talk about literally anything else.
Is this the beanie in the headphones is making me think of Tim Pool. And if nobody knows who that is, good. He's a conservative podcaster dipshit, and he wears a beanie all the time because he's bald as hell. And now he's one of the approved press people in the briefing room at the White House because and he wears a fucking beanie in there too. Because he's all grown up.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
No, he's not. You fucking child. You're wearing a beanie in the White House with your tie? Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, that sounds like something I might try, only without the tie and instead of like a suit, just like a hoodie and sweatpants. But yeah. Anyway. So I guess Ember is trying to oblige doing ecology. Like,
well, I am painting tomorrow, and I did the primer today, which is more attention.
Oh yeah.
Ish. So yeah, I'll probably be listening tomorrow.
Yeah, and BS with the good point here. Yeah, Mustache Man causing big ouchie event. That's one way to put it.
Also,
less probable in the fine tuning. Therefore, God did it.
Why does YouTube hate BS Lewis so much?
Yeah,
I swear your name is flagged as being a problem or something because you're the only person who has their comments nerfed.
Yeah. Tim Pool's a wretched name. Wait, is Tim Pool like our one Facebook top fan? I'm blanking on his name.
No.
What's his name? You remember? You talk. You interact with
Russian
him more.
McFarmer hat. I can't. I'm blanking on his name.
I feel so bad now because he's like our top fan on Facebook. But oh, wow.
And I call him by his first name every time.
Yeah, but thanks, Spooky. Thanks for not putting Tim Pool's link in the chat.
You're doing great work, by the way.
Yes, I'm glad I wrenched you.
Hey, somebody did cocaine tonight. Somebody's on it. No, Tim Pool was a Russian agent using a really bad cutout, like middleman. He's actually in legal hot water over that.
All right. So, and also, I'll have the people know there's something about my hoodie that's bothering me. I want to know if anyone else is noticing. Does anyone else does it look like right through here, like my hoodie is like kind of like folded over, but it's really not. It's been looking like that
all
for
in
me.
your head.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's been bothering me, so I just felt like I needed to point it out. And
it might be something that
hooray
shows
autism.
up in your. I don't think it's a thing.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like the angle of the bat wing in the M, but Mayhem, by the way, working on a new album. I've heard they've released 2 of the songs so far.
Interesting.
Very black metal. So very them. All right. And YouTube have a history. It's a little joke. Everyone has.
Thanks, Dad. Hey, Dad. That was a Letterkenny reference.
I still haven't seen any of that.
They say, "Hey, Dad."
See, that's one of the many things like that you've recommended that I watch, but I haven't watched, but I actually do really want to watch sometime, but I just keep like forgetting when it's time for me to. What would I watch it on? Like, where is it available?
The Hulu.
Okay, I don't have that, so.
There's also a spinoff called Shorzy, which is named after a character whose face you never see in Letterkenny, who's a shit-talking hockey player. Talks about doing people's moms.
All right. Yeah, I guess I will say, like, as far as recommendations for you or anyone else, like, they just became a lot more limited because I just canceled like several subscriptions because they the deal and like sale they had on it like expired. So now it's basically YouTube and Prime Video is all I got. So if it's on there, let me know.
Prime's very good. Netflix, from what I understand, is a little bit of a haven for lefty friendly content right now. It's
Cool.
I don't know if they went public or not, but they've done a little bit of resistance to the man, which is nice to see.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I approve.
Fuck the man.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we're coming up on Trump's injection date. He has a fresh bruise on his hand around the 8th.
Ooh,
Majority Report has a Trump injection calendar where they've like so they're like, if it's on schedule, his next injection should be like around the 8th, and that's probably why he might have been falling asleep in that cabinet meeting the other day, because he's a little sluggish. Because the thinking is he gets a testosterone thing, because of course he does, because RFK is all up in his ear. I get those too, by the way, because I had low T. It's a real thing. He probably gets some kind of vitamin shot, some kind of steroid shot. But when he gets that shot, he's got the fresh bruise on his hand, and he is like ready to fucking go.
I'm looking forward to it.
He's a little manic.
Maybe, yeah.
That's when he's like, I hit everything. I hit it 3 times. And they
such a dork. All right. So, all right. Well, I'm going to need to back up again. Like, let's get past this image, though.
Throw under a microscope. Okay. It's not like digestion or photosynthesis. It's first-person experience. And
okay, but you could also say photosynthesis is like digestion or consciousness. Well, I guess it's maybe kind of like digestion, but it's not like...
And trees seem to be somewhat aware.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, just because you're saying it's not like these other things, but all those other things are also not like other things. So it's like, okay, so it's unique.
Cool. Next.
So, yeah. Yeah, see, I feel like Neil here, just like, oh, look at you.
Neil knows.
Fuck off.
Neil does not know when he doesn't know things. He knows a lot. So he also thinks he knows a lot outside of his area of expertise. And he's a bit of an asshole when he starts talking about like things involving people and rights. And
yeah, I was unaware of any of that.
I remember right. I don't think he's very trans friendly. He's just old man who thinks he's very smart in areas he's not.
I don't really remember him talking about it. I remember he talked about that some like with Ben Shapiro's show, but from what I remember, he was actually saying like this is something we need to like figure out, and like seeming more like he was at very least accommodating, if not affirming. Like I said, I haven't heard any of these things you're referring to, so this is news to me. But yeah,
some lefty thing involving human rights. I think I could be wrong. He just sometimes says things that are outside his area of things he knows, and he doesn't know that. It's just funny to see Dunning-Kruger in effect with somebody who knows that many things.
Yeah, always interesting. All right.
No matter how many neurons you map or circuits you model, you'll never get I feel sad or I love my mom out of electricity. There is a huge chasm between firing neurons and feeling anything at all. Even
what the fuck? No, there isn't.
Because, but also, does anyone say that emotions are just electricity? Like, is that a thing that anyone says? Like,
if you break it down enough, it is what's happening. It's the transfer of signals. So yes, but if you just say electricity, no.
Yeah. So he's so I want to hear that again, but first, like Ember with some insight here. Yes, in the mini debate with Ben, I think, that's what I was referring to. He was aggressively pro-science, which is pro-trans,
Okay, cool.
because that's where the science is, which is very correct.
I might be conflating his. He has said some stupid things about alien stuff, where it's stuff where like the science actually there is actually science there, and like measurements and shit for certain things, and he's like, oh no, it's not even a thing. It just argument from incredulity. So I might be conflating that with something.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about initially, but
I might be confusing him with somebody else.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. I mean, other prominent there are still plenty of other prominent atheist scientists who are unfortunately very anti-trans and all that, which is
sure,
yeah, very
and Islamophobic too.
Yeah. Anyway, so so here's why. So let's let Eric continue here.
It's you model. You'll never get "I feel sad" or "I love my mom" out of electricity. There is a huge chasm between firing neurons and feeling anything at all. Even atheist philosophers admit this is a massive problem. Colin McGinn famously asked, "How did evolution convert the water of biological tissue into the wine of consciousness?"
Now, I'm not familiar with this person or this quote or where it comes from, but if I know anything about apologists like Eric, when they pull a quote where all it is like some atheist or skeptic or scientist or whatever just like asking a question, like, how does this happen? Usually the next sentence out of their mouth is, well, let me explain. Or they're just saying, well, this is a question and we're trying to figure it out. It's like, but he's presenting this as if this guy's saying like, how did it happen? We don't know, therefore it didn't. It's like I said, I have no idea. Like, and let's say that is what this one guy is saying. Okay, this one guy said that.
That's an argument. It's an attempt at an argument from authority, which is something that Christians do, and they don't understand that other people don't buy into that.
Yeah, and it's like, because I tell you what, there are plenty of other scientists who, when they look at issues of like consciousness and life and evolution and all that, like, yeah, they'll say it's mysterious, but they don't say, oh, well, that must mean there's a God. It's like, yeah, we asked the question, how did it happen? That's what science does. It looks at a thing, and we like, how that? And
that could be an exclamation of wonder, you know, where like the evidence points to that's what happened is tissue consciousness, like, but but that's beyond our understanding. That is something to wonder at, wonder about, wonder towards, and it's not
wonder towards. That's good. I like that.
Yeah, I felt good. That came out of the ether. I did not think before I said that.
Ooh, nice, nice.
No, but that is amazing, and I think by using this kind of like religiously charged language for this, it seems like people tend to do this, and they one of the fathers of quantum science, who the Christians normally like to quote, I don't remember his last name, because he said some things where he was like in awe of what they were learning, and the only thing he could compare it to was religion, and because he came from a Christian background, it was the Christian religion. But he wasn't like saying, it was more like he was saying like there's a use now for the metaphorical language from that. Like it kind of helps to describe what's happening, but like also he not saying that is what's happening, that it is a water into wine thing.
Right.
It's so magical. It's like that thing that I have from my history of growing up in white people who are Christians. And
yeah, because like here's the thing, like there have been so many
cool.
Yeah, my suspicion was correct. Thank you, Ember. So also thank me for not saying Amber like I have literally every other time I've first mentioned you on the show, so I'm proud of me. Anyway,
That's
so yeah, the water to wine quote.
Context.
What's that?
Either he just grabbed this from the quote somebody else pulled somewhere else and doesn't know the context, or he's intentionally taking it out of context. But whoever,
also,
somebody intentionally did that at the beginning of that chain.
Yeah. Also, from 1989, and I'm sure we've like figured out absolutely nothing about this question.
89.
I mean, come on. Holy fuck. Because that was one of the things I was about to say is like there have been so many things in science that like now we have a scientific explanation for where like hundreds or thousands or in some cases just decades ago we thought were completely mysterious, if not supernatural. I mean, we used to think that like wind was spirits. But now we understand, okay, that's not it. Like wind is just like air particles. It's completely physical, completely natural. And then like this, just so many things we used to think like, oh yeah, there's nature, but this thing's special and supernatural. But then like later we're like, oh no, it's just this.
And at times the wind can feel spiritual. Like the way that like the wind plays in a tree or something. And you're like, oh, that was a special moment. You're like, the wind blowing a tree had significance. But again, that's weird.
Yeah, but again, that's because these are just things that we find significant. Like we look for significance. We're looking for signs, signals, like some form of like anything, or just enjoying things. Like
the experience of it still feels like magic.
Yeah,
but then somewhere at some point where people were like, no, the magic's real, and therefore God.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was about to say, like, what we like things that we prefer or, like, that please us or displease us. I was about to say it's completely arbitrary, but, I mean, it's not all of it's completely arbitrary because, like, certain things, like, okay, we like certain things because they're good for us and we're afraid of certain things because they're dangerous or whatever. But when it comes to, like, certain, like, I mean, I don't know if there's, like, an actual, like, survivally advantage, whatever the phrase is, like reason that we like certain color combinations. Like we think, like for me, I kind of like the way my hoodie looks, like with the black and the purple and the light gray. Like I think that looks aesthetically pleasing. Like there's no reason that I should think that looks good together. Like,
but your people do come from the frozen north, not like frozen north adjacent, where like the sun does not shine very often.
Right, like it tries to, but it just keeps raining all the time.
So black up there is this very saturated color.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like for a lot of the things that we just prefer aesthetically or whatever, like there's really no reason other than that's just the way we evolved. Like so, I'd say like the same with like anything else. Like we just evolved the way we did, and that's just how it is. So further investigation into this. Also, he screwed up the quote. It's on the first page. Somehow we feel.
Oh God! What a dick!
So it wasn't even a question. He's saying like we feel that's how this. Oh God! Fucking
motherfucker! How did they work? No, it's not. It's not even what he said.
All right. Well, thank you, Ember, for bringing Erik Manning even farther down in my estimation. I appreciate that. So, I didn't think it was possible, but you proved me wrong. You're very good. All right.
How did evolution convert the water of biological tissue into the wine of consciousness? So let's be real. If naturalism is true, if all that exists fundamentally is non-conscious matter governed by blind physical laws, then consciousness is not something that you would expect. You might.
Why? Or why not?
It would be a deeper thought to say next that like maybe consciousness is an illusion. But no, something with a bug.
Yeah, which again, right? Or maybe he's about to answer this, so I guess I should let him continue before I keep going on my thoughts on this, but.
Expect complex behavior, information processing, maybe even robots that pass Turing tests. But subjective experience, the inner what it's like to be you, has no place in that picture. It doesn't follow from...
how? Because he was saying we could expect other complex things, but not consciousness. I'm like, why? Again, what actually is so special about consciousness other than we think it's special?
Well, it has to be special, or we're not special.
Right. So let's back them up a little more, because I want to make sure I jog my own memory here.
If all that exists fundamentally is non-conscious matter governed by blind physical laws, then consciousness is not something that you would expect. You might expect complex behavior, information processing, maybe even robots that pass Turing tests. But
why would we expect those things but not consciousness, though? I don't really understand
why can't
how he's making that distinction.
Pass the Turing test. Why can't meat robots pass the Turing test?
Yeah, that's something that I've thought was an interesting question. Is like with things like the Turing test, like for people who don't know, it's basically could computers get to the point where they're indistinguishable from. Is it to the point where they're indistinguishable from conscious beings, or where they think if they pass the test they actually are conscious?
No, I think maybe in the past they thought. I don't know what Turing actually thought, but I think lay people in the past thought that if it passed the Turing test, it was very close to being conscious. Now I think people just think it's on the path to a kind of consciousness. Like right now, like large language models at best are as conscious as the language part of the human brain.
Yeah,
but they don't do that extremely well sometimes. So not even that.
Yeah. So anyway, where I was kind of going with this was, so my question, thought, or whatever it is, like, so because we've already got AI at least to the point where if they've had like AI talk to someone like on the phone or whatever, and the person didn't know it was AI, but they thought it was a real person. So basically, computers have already fooled people into thinking that they were talking to a conscious person.
Yeah. And so people already think that they have already rated AI as more empathetic than people in blind tests.
So there's that. But so what I'm saying is if we've already got to the point where people think computers are conscious when they aren't, because like most people say like all these things, like these like certain AIs that were fooling people into thinking they were just regular people, they say, well, they're not conscious yet, but they're making other people think that they are. How do we know we're not fooling ourselves?
I mean, that's something we would do. Like we're full enough of ourselves as a species to do that. Like and for a long time, not think to question if that's what was happening.
Yeah. So that's me. Like, so again, like it just all comes back to like we just think consciousness is just so special, but it was like, well, but we've made computers already who most people agree are not conscious, but pass and can convince other people that they're conscious. So like maybe it's really not as special as we think it is. Maybe it's just like a parlor trick or whatever that the universe is playing on ourselves. But yeah, testes. I love all the different names you have for them, by the way. Testes can't prove we're not all pea zombies. I don't exactly know what a pea zombie is, but yeah,
people
but
zombies?
But this isn't an impressive argument, correct?
Nobody's surfing on a brain.
No,
so he's the intergalactic
brain planet. Yeah, yeah. Always boils down to solipsism. All right, so
why is so much of the incel stuff like? But I'm handsome and smart.
So much brains. Yeah.
So much brains, so much Chad, so cut.
And robots and electricity.
Blind physical laws, then consciousness is not something that you would expect. You might expect complex behavior, information processing, maybe even robots that pass Turing tests. But subjective experience, the inner what it's like to be you, has no place in that picture. It doesn't follow from mass, charge, or spin. Nature can simulate intelligence without consciousness. So
What do you mean it doesn't follow from mass charge and spin? That's literally how anything fucking exists. That's how matter does the matter.
Ah.
Oh God! What a
Yeah. I know, right? All right, so clarification here from Spooky and BS. P zombie is philosophical zombie. Thought experiment. Gotcha. I think I've heard of that.
What's that twerp's name? Inspiring philosophy.
Yes. Yep, he's fun. Also, Facebook Ember. If you were imagining this universe, why the F would anyone imagine bodies like these? I mean, fair.
I mean, they're super squishy and easy to stab. It seems like a problem.
Yeah. And also, we can choke on food, which
breathe through our food and water pipe.
Yeah, which that's the example I love to bring up when people talk about how finely tuned just the human body is. I mean, there's so many reasons it's not, but that I think is such a perfect example because, like, let's say let's say someone designs a car. So cars, like, they have a fuel intake and an air intake. But first, Matt, is there something else
No, like, we can literally choke to death on things we need to stay alive.
Right. Yeah, it's like, could God not have thought of just making it two different pathways for, like, air and food? Because let's say someone, like, designs a car. Because, like, cars, they have an air intake and a fuel intake, like our breathing and food.
Yeah, they're separate.
So let's say someone designed a car, but at some point the two paths of the air intake and the fuel intake, like, cross. But of course they thought to put in a special valve, to keep the fuel out of the air intake. But if at any point that valve, like, malfunctions or whatever, and enough fuel gets into the air intake, the car is permanently disabled. Would anyone tell that car designer, that's a great design, that is so finely tuned for driving? Like, no, they'd say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Go back to the drawing board. This is the dumbest design ever. So, that's
weirdly, like, some of the
inexcusable.
You know what a Wankel engine is?
I do not, but please explain.
All right, so the MX something or other. Mazda had a car with a Wankel engine in it, and it's, like, super efficient and does the compression really well. All right, so
it's like an actual thing. To me, it almost sounded like.
No, it sounds like something I made up just now, but so it's got this kind of ovoid shape, which is sort of like the cylinder, but within that is a triangular shaped thing where the sides are kind of bowed out a bit, and the way the gears are set up, this triangular thing, like, kind of, it looks like it's just bouncing around inside this ovoid shape, but it's, like, rotating at the same time as it bounces around, and it's produces a lot of power for the thing. It's a good engine, but it burns out just like a people does.
Just like a people does.
Yeah, so it's weird how physics has a thing where, like, if you do the thing the best, you also gotta die.
Yeah, that do be the thing we does. So, all right, well, so I'm on to second drink now. Back to the West Side Holiday Ale that I was enjoying last week. I was wanting to have two completely new Christmas beers, and also, no, I did not drink all 12 of the ones I got for last week between the Holiday Ale and the Great Lakes Christmas Ale. It's like, I took everything I had left to my family's, like, for Thanksgiving, but then forgot it there, which is sad because no one who's currently living at the house I left it in drinks.
Now you have to go back.
Well, that's why I say, but in a way, but it'll be there for me when I go back for Christmas. So it's all good. But that meant I had to get more. So I was wanting to get some new stuff. So, I got the Holidays, that I was having first. But for the second one, I was really wanting another Cincinnati local, Taft's Brewing. They have a Santa's Bribe. They call it a Christmas cookie ale.
Is it so good? Okay,
it's really good. It's
sometimes when they throw a cookie in the name, it ends up being garbage.
Yeah, no, this is like, it's very much like, I think, like, the best like combination of like beer and gingerbread like together. It's like it's so good, but the store was out of them, so I just went back with the good old holiday ale, which I say it's to me it's very much like the classic iconic Great Lakes Christmas ale, but I think I actually like this one a little better.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also lower alcohol in it by like 1% ish. So,
oh come on, holiday beers have to be high alcohol because you're around people you don't necessarily want to talk to.
yeah, but not tonight. Right now, I'm more interested in not feeling like shit in the morning. So,
oh yeah, that's a good idea.
This. So yeah, the Christmas ale that's still at the relative's house, so that I'll enjoy later. But
does Mount Carmel was it Mount Carmel winter ale that I had where that was super fucking nutmeggy, and I got a what's that even called? A growler. I got a growler of it.
Yeah, that was that was New Year's Eve. That was like either like 07 into 08 or 08 into 09, somewhere around there. That was like the most drunk I have ever gotten. Like that was.
I blame the nutmeg.
That was a terrible idea because we not only got a growler of that, but I think we also got a growler of Dogfish Head 90-minute IPA, which is like,
oh man, that's right.
That's like at least 8.5%. That might be a 9er, but
yeah.
But so I not only had at least a couple of those, at least a couple of like 1 or 2 of the Mount Carmel. Plus I also I had several Sam Adams because we also got their like winter variety mix pack. I know at some point I had some scotch.
Wait, for people who don't know, how many ounces is a growler? Like 64?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot.
It's a lot. And then like you could get them, what, they were only like 20 something bucks at that time.
Yep. They're very like cost efficient, but obviously like it's just like a screw top. So like once you open it, you have to drink it quickly. Otherwise,
you've got 24 hours at most.
Yeah. So it's a great thing for a party if that's the only thing you have. But we had, not only did we have 2 growlers of very strong beer, but plus so many other things that I just had to drink.
Did I sleep there that night? How did I get home? I shouldn't have gone home.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember. All I know is apparently me and my younger brother got in an argument and made everyone else very uncomfortable. So
I think I only lived like a quarter mile away at the time, and it was mostly downhill. So I figured my car has wheels; it'll take me there.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's Cincinnati. It's all hills. Like gravity does at least half the work. But well, at least in my mind, like me and my brother, we weren't having an argument. I was basically trying to convince him to drink more of the Dogfish Head because partially it's like someone needs to drink this, but also I'm like, it's fucking good. You'll like it. Drink it. But apparently but for my mind, I was like, oh, it's really good. You need to have some. Drink it. But I guess everyone else in the room thought I was like super pissed at him. So I may have come across that way.
You're like, have it. Have it.
Like I said, this was like without a doubt the most drunk I have ever been in my life. Like all I remember is like I do know some people spent the night, so you probably did because I remember the next morning one of our other friends like asked me like he's like, hey, like, are you and your brother okay? I'm like,
why?
Yeah, why? What are you talking about? So anyway, but yeah, beer and gingerbread. Hey, to me that sounds fantastic. Because like,
if you can pull it off, you work some magic.
Yeah, and Taft's definitely pulls it off because, like I'd say, like the gingerbread part, it's very subtle. So it's like just enough that it's like, okay, this is kind of like drinking a beer and having a gingerbread cookie like together.
Because there's different kinds of malts. I think there's like a biscuity malt. Yeah. So if you combine the biscuity malt with like a caramely and then some gingerbread flavor.
Because it's also a darker. Like I don't. Because like this is more like a true winter warmer, like a darker, like as far as like the color of it, it's more like a porter, like that range.
Oh wow! All right,
yeah, really, really good. But to answer BS's unrelated question, we are close enough to ever do a show in the same room. We've talked about it and like what the logistics of that.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like on a good day, I live like at most 25 minutes from Tommy.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm on the west side, so on a good day, I'm 25 minutes from everything.
Yeah.
So,
have you been out to Dent, by the way? And for those, all right, there's an area of Western
Not on
Cincinnati
purpose.
called Dent, and it's called that because it has like one giant dent in the landscape, and then like several other ones.
Yeah, but it's also apparently home of the biggest like haunted house thing in the area
Yeah,
as well, like the Dent Schoolhouse. I've never been myself, but
it's Trump
apparently
territory out there.
that
It's
too. Yeah.
it's pretty. I did a job out there recently, a wallpaper job in a bathroom, higher end, went well. Actually, no, the final product, like the final thing, looks great, but like it took me way too long. And as soon as I got there, when I started the job, I was like, this thing's cursed. Like this is a cursed job. It's gonna take way too long. I can feel it already, and it did.
Yeah. But back to BS's question. I know we've talked about like doing a show like in the same place before, but like I think part of what makes it harder, like with just being a weeknight and like we both have to work the next day, and like so wherever we do it, the other person would have to like also with how much we're drinking, like one of us would have to drive home, which usually isn't a good idea.
How difficult would it be to get headphones to do something remote? Like we go to like a local
Okay.
brewery and do a show from there. Like, is it possible
Yeah.
to get decently priced headsets that also cancel out background noise a little bit?
I mean, they're probably pretty expensive, but I mean, I'm sure it
Yeah.
can be done. But yeah, we'll see. But we should do a Christmas episode together with White Elephant. I'm not sure who
White
or what
elephant
White
gift thing. What that is? That would
I-
go
I-
pretty well with two people.
Yeah. Like, oh,
We just
I
fight each
know,
other.
like, yeah, but I have the feeling that it's a specific thing that BS is referring to. I'm familiar with the whole like white elephant gift concept, but I'm thinking maybe this is another YouTuber or something. But yeah, elaborate, BS, because I may or may not be interested.
Oh, my
So-
second beer is regular old Alien Church. I had the double Alien Church a couple weeks ago.
No.
That is some kick-ass art, by the way. It looks even better in black or white. The Imperial
Oh, yeah.
one has
Wow.
like metallic label and different colors on it, but I want that on a T-shirt.
Oh hell yeah! But Ember has another interesting idea. JFC, just have a camp out, silly boys. Capella fight, do makeovers, watch drama TV. It'll be fun.
No, I don't watch drama TV, but I have started watching Castle, which I know is for moms, and it's a shit show, but it is shit on purpose. And in a way, okay, it's like the TV show was written by a mystery writer writing a book for moms. And I get a kick out of like how perfect it is at what it's doing. Because it's a bullshit show. But I love that it's bullshit.
Yeah, that's always the best. Here, another idea from Spooky: we could braid each other's beards.
No, I had a beard. No.
Yeah.
It's got to get real long. And then you got to start taking care of it on purpose after a point.
Yeah, it's like I there was one point I think I was still in college, or it was just a goatee, but like I grew it several inches, and my then girlfriend did kind of braid it a little bit, but here's the thing: like this is apparently just as long as my beard gets. Like I've been like I shaved myself clean like not last year around like September, but
I don't understand. Are you saying because I watched Castle, that's the loss of my manhood, and I'm like trying to explain it away?
Yeah, well, you watch drama TV apparently. So.
Oh.
But yeah. So over a year of growing my beard, like it got to this length, like in just like a matter of like several months. But like it just apparently this is just as long as it gets. So which leaves me quite disappointed. But yeah, I mean I trim it as it, but like not like full trim, but like literally just get out a pair of scissors and just like what few like stray like longer ones, or if the ends start splitting or whatever, I'll trim it. But yeah, I basically just let it grow, and this is just kind of where it stops. But yeah. Apparently, that's a thing. Like some people just genetically, like they'll grow facial hair, but unlike head hair, maybe like similar to other body hair, like it just gets to a certain length and it just stops. But
man, that would suck if like arm hair just kept growing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I actually kind of wish like my head hair would have done that,
like a horse's mane.
Yeah. Like then you could have like wings. But...
Man, if that's what happened, can you imagine like the mating rituals that would have developed around that, and how like in Catholic school, like the boys would have to keep their arm hair at a certain length because it was like too sexual or some shit.
Oh man, now I'm just also thinking like if your pubes like kept growing too, like after a while you just gotta get bigger pants or
yeah. Gross.
Yep. Like I said, like, okay, this is how much we apparently fucking hate listening to Erik Manning. We're talking about like overgrown pubic hairs.
By the way, earlier when he was showing all kinds of like supposedly like math symbols and stuff, I swear they were alchemy symbols. Like it looked like gibberish with the same symbols over and over again, which would be alchemy.
in this one or earlier?
Earlier. This just reminded me of it. This looks like math stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's see if I can remember where he's going with this. So yeah, so we're surfing the brain. Cool.
It's the inner what it's like to be you has no place in that picture. It doesn't follow from mass, charge, or spin. Nature can simulate.
So apparently things can only follow from mass, charge, or spin. Like, and that just determines everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it does, but again, we used to not think that wind came from physical processes. So, I mean, so I'm not one of these people who say that eventually, given a long enough time, science will figure out everything. Because, like, we don't know. I mean, we're limited. I mean, just the fact that we have phrases like the observable universe. It means like this is the only part of the universe that it is actually possible for us to observe. So just by that alone, we know that there are things that we just never will know.
Yeah, at some point you just got to make assumptions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like just because science doesn't currently explain it doesn't mean that it never will. But even if science never will explain something, that doesn't mean it can't theoretically. Now, this is a phrase that I actually do really like from Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I think he probably used it in more of the context about like aliens and stuff and things that you disagree with him about. But I think that out of that context, like on its own, I love the quote.
No, the evidence disagrees.
Yeah. But what he says is just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean you know what it is. So I think in this context, talking like with someone like Erik Manning here, it's like just because science doesn't have an explanation for it doesn't mean that your explanation is the explanation. In his case, God. So, but it's not God of the gaps. I promise. He's going to get to that later. And that's the part that really made me just like almost lose it. So, yeah. The problem of induction tells us not to expect science will figure out the things we've already figured out either.
I'm not sure I follow. I think you're making a good point. I'm not sure I'm following.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. It definitely sounds like a good point, but I'm not following. But I'd love to go with you. But
hold on. The thing with the aliens is, I'm not saying it is aliens, but things are happening with different hearings and stuff and disclosure where like the federal government has already through different processes and stuff has already acknowledged like under the penalty of perjury that like craft from not from Earth have either crashed or landed. The U.S. government has them. Biological material was recovered with them, meaning bodies. So like this is already like under penalty of perjury. These things are true now. we like as far as people are afraid of perjuring themselves, we can assume that that's accurate. And he just says, "No, it's not." and I'm like, really? You're just gonna go? No, it isn't.
Well, he says a little more about it than that, but yeah. Like I said, it's not a topic I've gone too far into, so I don't really.
There are times when he says things that contradict like things we actually do know, like things like Gary Nolan, who's like a super smart guy. I think he's a background in biology something. But yeah, he's come out and said like he's working on submitting papers for peer review. So like there are things happening, and he's just like, it's all bullshit. It's kind of his attitude, and he has said things that like disagree with like things that are actually out there. And I'm like, dude, if you don't know that information is out there, you shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah. All right. So I also had a feeling that Ember may have been being a silly bean. The sun did rise today, but we couldn't know from induction that it would. Yeah, it's being a silly bean. You see, I do see. And I'm assuming you also meant the other form of witch, but I love also this question as if like there is a witch god and we're talking to us. Like, how do we know witch god? Like, explain yourself.
No, the witch god WH witch. That's who you would ask for that. You'd ask the witch god how do we know which one? That was dumb. We should play the video because we've stopped it like exactly where we stopped it last time.
Yep. All right.
Intelligence without consciousness. So the emergence of minds with first-person awareness looks, from the standpoint of naturalism at least, deeply anomalous. But if the foundation of reality...
Well, what's wrong with anomalous? Like, lots of things are anomalous.
Doesn't mean impossible.
Yeah.
Reality is a personal mind, then the appearance of finite minds is not only unsurprising, it's what we would expect.
Hold on.
Then the deeply anomalous minds with first-person awareness can simulate intelligence without consciousness.
I should pause before I skip back, because otherwise the audio just gets jumpy.
Okay.
My fault.
It doesn't follow from mass, charge, or spin. Nature can simulate intelligence without consciousness, so the emergence of minds with first-person awareness looks, from the standpoint of naturalism at least, deeply anomalous. But...
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, like, it sounds like what he's saying, like, well, nature can simulate, like, intelligence without consciousness, so therefore this special conscious thing must be something beyond nature. Like, but, like, there's...
That didn't follow in my head at all.
Yeah, but there's, like, all kinds of things where, like, nature can approximate a certain thing, but then there's this other more special thing, but then that more special thing still comes from nature. So it's almost like he's saying, like, so in most cases, when nature does do anything resembling consciousness, it's without consciousness. Therefore, when we do see consciousness, that's not just nature. I'm like, or it's just another one of the very special things that nature even more rarely does. I'm like,
by the way, that's one of my favorite. The word "or" said in like a slightly sarcastic, slightly condescending tone.
It is a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah.
That would be my... If I talked to more Christians in person, that would be one of my go-to things to do when they're like, "Oh, blah blah blah," this, and you're like, or like this other thing that also fits this, and
yep,
it's important though, because like you automatically as a believer don't consider alternate things that threaten your faith, so it's actually helpful to do it.
Yeah, because it's a threat. So, but yeah, so I want to hear him one more time. You know, I know we're backing him up some more, but make sure I'm hearing him correctly. Ooh, is that a threat?
Interesting.
Or don't threaten me with a good time. Is that?
Well, you don't know. Category? You don't know it'll be a good time. You don't know what Spooky has planned.
Well, I trust Spooky with bedtime. So, all right. So let's hear this again, though.
Nature can simulate intelligence without consciousness, so the emergence of minds with first-person awareness looks, from the standpoint of naturalism at least, deeply anomalous. But
no, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
No.
Like,
does he think it follows?
Yeah, so basically he's saying, so in some instances, nature produces this. Therefore, this other thing doesn't follow that nature does this thing. It's like, or it just also does that thing sometimes. Like,
but
there's that, or, yeah.
It would make sense with black or white thinking. And you think that other thing that you're describing is not like that at all. Because God or something. And how is something intelligent without being conscious? They kind of seem to be synonymous.
Well, he was saying like things in nature can simulate intelligence without being conscious. So, like, first of all, like,
no. Did he say simulate intelligence?
I think. Let's hear it one more time.
Can simulate intelligence without consciousness. Yeah. So the emergence of minds with first-person awareness looks, from the standpoint of naturalism at least, deeply anomalous.
But what he just said, that would also make sense. It wouldn't be anomalous. Like, if you can simulate intelligence without having consciousness, then, like, we're intelligent. How do we know we're actually conscious? Like,
yeah, exactly.
How would that be anomalous?
Yeah. Plus, I mean, if I know one thing about science is, like, anytime an anomaly comes up, we just automatically assume it's supernatural. Like, we never investigate it further. We'd say, oh, it's an anomaly, not natural. Like, what the fuck standard is he using here?
Like, and maybe at best you can say a higher intelligence. Like, if it's intelligent, it's higher than ours. Like, I'm sure ants say that about us.
No, that's impossible. I mean, we're the peak of creation, like the pinnacle, man. Like, so.
Of course, God is like a person.
And as the fundamentalists will say, we know that humans are the pinnacle of creation because we're the ones that God made last. But don't let that fool you into thinking that women are superior to men, because, like, men are more superior to women because God made men first. So,
yeah, but just because God
that's not a different standard.
Yeah, but also just because God makes, like, I make poop last. Like, wonderful meal first, poop last. Like, it doesn't last is not best.
It's true. It's true. But
we came in last place. We're amazing.
Oh, but then woman came in even laster place. Like, oh, but we're better than you. It's like literally like the creation that came in second is insisting it's the best, according to their story. Which
I tend to think women, feminine types, are generally they seem to generally be better at keeping the species alive and thriving.
There's
like
that.
Men seem like masculine types seem to have a function, right? We have a function, but like it's we need help.
And this is a very gross in both sense of the word generalization, but like men do seem to have like the more proclivity towards like self-destructive behavior, or not even just self-destructive, but like
you need
sometimes or everyone destructive behavior. That's kind of our jam sometimes. So
if we don't have something productive to do,
as he ingests more alcohol. Yes.
Yeah, so. Just put us out in the pasture, keep us fueled with beer and food, and let us know when you got a job for us. And I think that's why like the more manly men seem to be more into dogs stereotypically. And
cats are kind of seen as more feminine. Yeah.
And the guys that hate cats also tend not to do well with women.
So what are you saying? I hate cats. What are you saying? I mean, if you look at my history, I've clearly not done well with women, says the single man. But
Okay.
oh, but I think this is actually something I mentioned last week. What's that?
My wife Erin came down to put my son's medicine on the steps because I have to watch him take it to make sure he takes it.
Yes.
And she's like, smells like a bar. And I was like, excellent. And she said, it really does. Like she's sad for me.
I love Erin.
And she was like, earlier, she's like, oh, you're gonna go start the podcast, and you're already loud. She's like, this is my daughter, and she goes, Lisa, you might need to put your headphones on.
I love your family so much. But speaking of Erin and how awesome she is, and also speaking of previous episodes, Erin was on an episode like last year at one point where I think it was like her first.
Again.
Yeah, it was like her. I interviewed her. It was like her first time. Like she wanted to like go public. Like I'm not a Christian anymore, and like it was like really cool. I don't remember what it was titled, but yeah, look for the episode with Erin Hill from last year.
I feel like we should have her family watch that because they're maybe my family too, because my parts of my family are very confused. They're like, how did you switch 180? I'm like, trust me, I understand you think that's what happened. That isn't what happened. Like I'm the same, and from my perspective, I'm doing much better.
Yeah. So Erin's been on the show giving her story. I've had my solo episode, like giving more of my story. Like at this one of the episodes, it's also on our playlist of our favorite episodes called Doubting Tommy. That's one I always point people to. But Matt still hasn't done his solo episode. But
I just realized what would make it easier. Because it's such a broad topic, I don't know where to start. How about you give me some questions, like some prompts?
Okay.
That makes it a lot easier because.
Ooh, okay. See what I come up with, because
I have a hard time when it's a broad thing without prompts.
Yeah. So part of me is like, so would it help or not help if I told the chat to peer pressure you into it, or would that feel more like a demand, or would that?
No, I want to do it now. Like before,
right.
I had to. There were some discussions that had to happen in therapy first.
Right. Yeah. So, chat, if you want to hear Matt's story, let him know. Show him some love. But because I remember when you were talking about doing it before, because I think we actually had it planned. Like you were going to do it a certain week, but then like I think that was around the time you ended up like having back problems and like needed surgery and stuff or something. But
yeah,
I remember.
And then I realized after that like I hadn't unpacked things enough to discuss them out loud with people. So I did that with my therapist, who's great. Yeah. So everything's cool now.
Well, cool. Yeah, because I remember when you were talking about it, you had at least like an idea for what to title the episode or like the kind of general theme, and like whether or not this is still where you're going with it. But I thought it sounded amazing. But you said it was something like when you're autistic, but God isn't. And I'm like, that sounds.
Yeah, that's definitely amazing. A big part of it.
Yeah, because that I actually did. I actually did like. People remember back when I was doing like my solo video rants, and then I started doing it again like a month ago, and then stopped again. But I guess other thing in the chat, like if anyone has watched like those like Sunday rant videos that I used to do every week, like if you enjoy those, let me know. Like I'll keep doing them, or otherwise I'll just do them whenever like the mood strikes me or whatever. But yeah, those like some of them seem to actually get a good amount of views, especially this one I did talking about the concept of how like being autistic and how like the way the Christian God is presented to me like just really doesn't work with the way my brain works. So with this whole idea of like, oh, God never abandons us or forsakes us, I'm like, well, as an autistic person, it really feels like he did, because he basically gave me a brain that doesn't work with the way he tells me to relate to him. So I just feel like I can't. So that was the gist of it. If that sounds appealing, go look at that one. I think I was actually, and of course, because I always remember this sort of thing, I was actually wearing this same hoodie because several people in the comments said, hey, I just clicked on this video because I saw the Mayhem hoodie, but here's how I totally disagree and why you're so wrong. I'm like, oh, thank you, fuck you. But yeah, I've been wanting to get to this comment.
Look at Spooky finding the Aaron episode.
Whoa, awesome. Thank you, Spooky. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So definitely go back and watch that. But
Ember, I have thought this, and yeah, like okay, which of the sexes looks more like a mutant?
Right? Yeah, because that's also speaking of the whole like finely tuned, like intelligent design. I'm like, for me, honestly, like one of the biggest refutation that like not just the whole like esophagus, like air pipe, like choking on our own food, but also male nipples. Like, or just
yeah.
Why do I have nipples? Completely useless. But I'm so finely tuned and intelligently designed. Like, what's that?
Was it Meet the Fockers or Meet the Parents?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I have nipples. Can you milk me?
Yeah, but so one of the ways I like to like get sarcastic with is like, man, if because people, especially with the whole transgender issue, people say like, oh, like you got to take the body, like God gave you a certain body, like he had this in mind, he made you this way, that's how you got to stay. Because I'm like, yeah, because if God had meant for people to transition to a different gender, he would have given males nipples.
Just like that's a dumb argument. People stay in the way they were in the first place. Okay, so don't take an aspirin. Don't
dye your hair. Yeah, don't wear glasses. Don't
never cut your hair.
Never accept like any sort of organ transplant, because that actually used to be a thing that like Christian was already. Oh, transplants are bad because but male nipples not completely useless.
Correct.
Fair enough. So
they're just not useful for very many things.
Yeah. So anyway, all right.
I had something else.
I was about to say, where were we, Eric? But I kind of almost don't care. So I want to get to when he brings up the whole God of the Gaps fallacy and how he's totally not doing that.
For some reason, I have a soft spot for the Eastern Orthodox iconography. Like the art style appeals to me.
Yeah. Have you heard of the band Batushka?
No, but they sound Eastern European as fuck.
Well, they're Polish. So
there you go.
But it's like black metal mixed with Russian, because they're Polish, but it's like old Russian Orthodox, like church liturgies. So it's like good black metal, but then like with like the chanting and just kind of like that kind of aura and feel to it. Yeah, it's really good. But
there's a lot of the symbolism in Eastern Orthodox theology that appeals to me, but then they're like really down with the patriarchy, and
yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, right there. But yeah, I'm trying to make sure I got the right. Yeah, so here's the other thing with the band Batushka. They're like the history of the band is a little murky, just because like several years ago there was all this drama and there was this big split between the band. So the band that is still known as Batushka, like that's like the original like mastermind behind it. You can tell because like after they split, like each version of the band like released a new album. And you could definitely tell, okay, this one sounds like the original Batushka, because like their first album is like fucking awesome. But then like after the split, the guy Christoph, I think he was the guitarist, like his album was great, but then the vocalist, his name was like Bart or something, So people like mockingly called it Bartushka, and it was funny. But Bart's version, they recently, because of like legal disputes, so like Christoph was able to keep the name Batushka, so he's been continuing to release music under the Batushka name. It's been fantastic. But the Bart version, they changed it to Patriarch, and I listened to their most recent album. It's all right, except the fourth track. Because here's the thing, like with all their albums, they'll like they're one of those bands. They do like the album has a title, but then every song is just that word part 1, that word part 2. So so it basically you more know the tracks just by the number than the name. But on the Patriarch album, track 4 is fucking amazing. That's one of those, like, it's impossible. Like when I'm playing that in the car or wherever, like it's impossible for me to have that. Yeah, it's impossible for me to have that too loud. It is so good. It's like, I'm looking at it right now. It's like Viersalin or something. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but it's what it looks like it is. But yeah, Viersalin 4. It's like, because there's also like this awesome like female like clean singing that goes with it, and like her voice and like the notes that she hits and like the way she adjusts her pitch and everything. It's gorgeous.
Oh,
yeah. So check it out. Anyway,
I hope people care about this. There's a Greek band that had a debut album recently, and it's progressive. It's like progressive rock, bordering on it. It's kind of genre breaking. There's some parts that briefly sound like metal, but it's good stuff. I can't remember the name of it. I gotta find it.
Yeah. But speaking of Greek metal bands, like this reminds me of this one metal band that like I wish I was into more, because like they're one of the, like they're like incredibly respected. Like anytime you hear anyone talk about them, it's like with such like reverence, like, oh, they're amazing. But like to me, they're just boring. Like I do not understand what the appeal is. And that's from Greece, the band Rotting Christ. It's like, I also love the name, but
subtlety.
But I'm like, yeah. But their music, I would say, is actually very subtle. It's like, it's really so much more about, to me, it just seems more about like atmosphere and vibe. Like they very rarely like actually get like super intense. But I'm like, so to me, like the whole song almost, to me, a lot of their songs just kind of sound like an intro and a first verse, and they never really went beyond like those concepts. But like that's just my impression. But yeah, but like I said, but they're one of those bands like you see them brought up in like metal circles, and they're like, oh, Rotting Christ, they're amazing. Like I'm like, I just don't get it. But I don't know. I wish I did. But
I'll bet
anyways,
this is why. What's this guy? What's this fucker's name again? The YouTube guy who we're watching.
Oh, Erik Manning, Testify,
Right. Yeah.
Testes, whatever.
Eastern Orthodox Church is very cozy with white supremacy.
That too.
So that might be why he's digging this imagery, and why there's already a little meme guy for it.
Yep. All right. Well, hey, we're almost halfway done, and here I thought, like, man, we're going to need more for tonight because this is such a short video. We're just going to blaze through this and be out of ideas, but apparently not. So. Also, let me know in the chat if you enjoy the music talk, because like that's something like if you do get me started, I won't stop. So let me know if you want me to keep going or never start again because you're like, Tommy, shut the fuck up. So let me know either way.
But if the foundation of reality is a personal mind, then the appearance of finite minds is not only unsurprising, it's what we would expect.
But why would we expect finite minds from an infinite mind? Why does that make sense?
It seems like subdivisions of that one mind would be more likely. Or
yeah.
Or our experiences are a component of that consciousness's experience.
Yeah, because like, okay, so here's my thing, and he's good. I think he's about to get into the whole like how this isn't a God of the Gaps thing, even though it totally fucking is. But I feel like he's getting into this trap, and I don't know if there's any sort of like official terms for this or like how like the actual like scientific or philosophical communities like deal with this. But to me,
they call it bullshit.
It's like, thank you, but to me, there's a difference between okay, this concept or this thing would explain the situation that we have. Like, that's one thing. It's another thing to actually demonstrate that that thing is actually real and actually exists.
Right. Because until you
like,
demonstrate it, it's just like, it could be this.
Yeah. So to put it in scientific terms, it seems like so much of like Christianity, especially in the apologetic circles, it's like they come up with their hypothesis and they think, well, we came up with an answer that makes sense, therefore it's the best answer. It's like, well, no, that's just like step one. Now prove that that's actually the case. Because like I could say, like, let's say let's say I have, well, I mean, I don't need to make up an example, like, but like the tooth fairy. Like, for a kid who like doesn't understand like the way it actually works, if like all they know is I put my tooth under my pillow, but the next morning it's gone and there's a quarter or whatever parents are giving their kids for teeth these days. I have no idea what
I literally was
the
just contemplating the tooth
teeth
fairy hours ago.
Ah,
That's messed up.
but like to a kid who doesn't actually know how it actually works, the story that we parents give them of the tooth fairy perfectly explains what happens.
Yeah, if you're asleep at the time.
Yeah, but it's not what actually happens. So that's why. So that's why when you go to your kid to explain, oh, it's actually not a tooth fairy. Like, but if they were to respond like, oh, but the story of the tooth fairy so perfectly explains what happened. It's like, okay, yeah, but
That's why I didn't tell my kids there was a tooth fairy or Santa Claus or that was when I was still a Christian. And that kind of that was like part of my brain knew that like I wasn't going to be a Christian forever. And because we didn't want to God, it was such like the writing was on the wall. So we didn't want to tell our kids that there was a Santa Claus because we were also telling them there was a God. We're like, if like someday we're like, yeah, that was made up. That was all fucking made up. It was us the whole time. and then we're like, but God is totally still real. We didn't want to have that conversation because we're like, that would be a problem. We didn't finish that thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's some unaware awareness right there.
Yeah.
But real quick, so Spooky like says, listening to you talk about that music is very endearing, engaging, but I have zero interest in it personally. So I'm not sure how to take that.
No.
Like, does that mean do it more or don't?
That's why I watch the Charismatic Voice, is because I have zero intention to learn more about what she knows, except that like she's really excited about it. And so I listen to her, and then I like hearing about it. I'm like,
so I know
I
know who the charismatic voice is, but how would you explain
for other people watching, chatters, and the sub viewers, you know, like meet the chatters. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Charismatic Voice is she's an opera singer. I don't actually remember her real name. She's
Elizabeth something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
she's a classically trained opera singer, and she's also very into the science of the sound and the science of making the sound.
Yeah, the human voice and all that. Yeah,
yeah, and just loves when people can make surprising sounds in a healthy way. And so she's floored by like metal vocals and the growling. And she watched Ram Jam that I watched recently, Ram Jam Black Bed. A Lead Belly song that they covered, and people were like, "Oh, it's brand new and amazing." Like both
people,
a lot of the basics of rock invented by black people.
Yep,
people were like, "We can do that," and with marketing.
Yay! But yeah, she has a great channel. Like I specifically love like what she's like some of her reactions. Like one of my favorite bands, Lorna Shore, because like vocally, like their vocalist Will is like
inhuman.
It's like insanely talented. Yeah, just I remember like playing him like to like my son who's 14 is listening. He's like, "That's a human making those sounds." Like he's like, "What?"
With
Like,
emotion. Like it's not just a noise. There is intense emotion in it too.
Yeah,
which is
and
crazy.
he's able to like even live, like because I've seen them live, like he's able to move back and forth like between these like completely different sounds like so seamlessly, but also like healthily, because that's one of the things people say like when they hear people like growling or screaming and like extreme versions of metal. It's like, oh, they're tearing up their throat. It's like, no, there actually is like, if you know what you're doing, there is like extremely like perfectly safe and healthy ways to do that. But I mean, it's harder to do. That's why they practice so much. But she was interviewing him and she told him like, oh, I would love to shove a camera down your throat to see what's going on. And he's like, okay.
She's got to be neurodivergent, by the way, because sometimes she'll say things and you're like, that's not something regular people say.
Yeah, but then they actually did it. They actually made 2 different videos where like Will went to like this place in Utah where they not only put a camera down his throat, but they were doing all kinds of other tests and like having him do the screams and like all the different sounds he makes. And they're like, yeah, this is like incredible. Like, oh man, spooky again with the links from bed. Apparently, thank you. There's a the one that's coming to mind where I think it was the pig squeal, the pig squeal shout or whatever it was. Where he has names for him. That's why I'm saying that. Like his vocal cords went from like vertical to like 90 degrees. He's like, and they just, and at one point it's like the folds. They kind of like. Kind of like did that. They didn't just do a regular like open and close. It was like they curved like on each other, and like the person, like the actual like scientist, or whatever, like looking at it, it's like, I have never seen that before.
It's like, we didn't know that was a thing that could happen in the human throat. Like we literally didn't know the muscles can do that.
Yeah, and they're talking to us like, how did you do that? It's like, I don't know. It's like, I just do it.
He's like, I liked the noise, and then I did it more, and then found the way that didn't hurt. And they're like, so he's kind of like a noise savant.
Oh yeah, but honestly, one of my favorite things about her channel is their choice of thumbnails, because it seems like they very intentionally.
I think her husband does it.
Yeah, they very intentionally pull the most ridiculous faces that she makes. Where you can tell, like, if this was a channel, if she was taking herself seriously at all, like, she would not choose those faces, but it's almost like they just love choosing the most ridiculous expressions. So
she
a lot of times she'll be like,
she has one of those faces, like Keira Knightley, but a very different shape, where it literally can't look bad. Like she's like attractive from like every angle, making every face.
Don't disagree. So
like artistically attractive, not like
whose channel, like
her face.
Like, so ironic. Like Sleepy Kip doesn't know, but Spooky, who was literally in bed, is telling you what channel.
The charismatic voice.
Yeah, she mostly does like music reactions, but she's like a professional opera singer, but reacting like these days, like mostly to metal, which is fun. But she'll do like all kinds of genres and anything. But yeah, check it out. Really, really fun. As far as like reaction channels go, like that's why like there's like a few reaction channels that I still watch, but because they take a more like unique approach, like her like as an opera singer, or there's this other channel called Tank the Tech, because he mostly talks about like the gear that bands use, like production, because he's like a professional roadie, so like he knows like all the gear and the tech and everything. So yeah, he has very much more like on a different level, like much more interesting breakdowns of like bands and stuff. So anyway. All right, so back to Eric saying how like, well, oh yeah. So here's the other thing I was going to say about
God is white, by the way.
Yeah, clearly. But so he hasn't brought up the God of the Gaps argument yet. I feel like he's about to, but because they'll say it's like
it the whole time.
Yeah. So there's this whole concept, like I was talking about, how okay, just coming up with an explanation. Okay, well, this would explain the phenomenon or the thing we see or whatever, but that's different than saying, okay, and this thing actually exists. You know, using the example of the tooth fairy, like, okay, yes, the story of the tooth fairy explains why a child goes to bed with a tooth under their pillow and they wake up with a quarter or whatever the fuck parents are giving kids for teeth these days. But it's a whole other story as it were, to actually prove that the tooth fairy is real. So in this case, like, then there's the aspect of, because they present this idea of God is like, look how well this explains, like, and yes, this is Testify. This is Erik Manning himself.
Which is why we're only like, what, halfway through it?
At less than halfway. We're 1:47 into a 4-minute video
Just
after
so much
2.5 hours.
crammed into it.
Yeah. And we had to talk about Batushka. So, but anyway, so there's that whole aspect. But then also, Christians and apologists like Erik here will talk about saying, well, look how amazing it is, like how well God explains what we see. Like, well, yeah, no shit. He was literally invented to explain things. So of course, it's like, that's not impressive. It's duh. Like, yeah, what are the chances that the story we invented to explain the thing explains the thing? Like, no shit.
It's like, I kind of wonder if the whole like religion God's thing is like an artifact of just human awareness growing faster than our ability to cope with being aware. Like lower lower consciousness words. Like animals and shit, like they don't freak out about the world as much as people do. So it seems like there's a point where you become aware of a lot and you're like, holy shit, everything wants to kill me.
Yeah. Oh, and also I die. Like, that's a thing.
Yeah. What is even that? And so we started freaking out when we needed a thing to make the scary stuff go away. And because we literally couldn't cope with it. Like, we could not survive if we were all ate up with, like, not knowing those things.
Ember, that's fantastic. God was fine-tuned, but what are the odds? Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, we basically fine-tuned God to explain what we couldn't cope with.
See, how... It seems like... So, really, if anything, it seems like the universe is finely tuned for God.
I kind of picture aliens just kind of rolling their eyes at us. They're like, yeah, we did this shit too. And like, we can't make you get over it. You're just going to have to fart your way through it. And
yeah, it's like it stopped being adorable millennia ago. But
now we're just bored with you.
So I guess in the interest of trying to
fair and balanced.
yeah. In the interest of, I guess, trying to build up some feuding in the comments, like, Nitty gave us a very different impression of Erik earlier, so I guess you two are just going to hash that out. But
okay, well, see, that's
I'm kidding. Please don't fight. That like, you and Nitty fight. That would feel like my parents fighting, and that's just no fun.
He does seem like he prefers white people. This Erik gentleman, so he would probably be very nice to people who are in his category of people he likes.
Yeah. Also, I resemble that remark. But yeah, that's true. And Nitty is very white, but so is Kip. So I'm getting mixed signals here.
Okay, so there are people who are on the left. I know Nitty and Kip probably versions of lefty.
Yeah, Nitty at least seems very left, at least. Not right is what.
Yeah.
Not right in so many ways. No, I mean, not right wing. Yeah.
The empathy that people can. I struggle with this too. The empathy that like you can have for the people who are hurt by the opinions that other people have. Like, empathy for the people who have those hurtful opinions is hard sometimes, because you're like, this thing that you think is good is hurting people, literally hurting people. Like, fewer people are alive because of this thing that you think is awesome. Yet they could be very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I forgot about this. Yeah. He intentionally, willfully misgenders people. I seem to remember him. I mean, I'm sure he's done this with many people, but I seem to remember him doing this with Chrissy Hansen. But correct me if I'm wrong.
This makes
But
sense.
yeah, that's. I'm remembering that now. And like, yeah, that was fucked up. Like that. Yeah, that went beyond just like, oh, well, just difference of opinion. I mean, he's a nice guy. Yeah, he's saying some things, but it's coming from a good place. Like he thinks he's doing what's right, whatever. But yeah, when it comes to shit like that, like, yeah, fuck you.
If something like that happens, that like I would love to see somebody involved in that conversation just start calling him Steve. And
Yeah,
and when he
and
gets like,
referring
no, not Steve. Call him what's a girl's name? Nancy. That's a good one.
I was gonna say no. I was say call him Steve, but also refer to him as like she, her.
Oh
Like,
god. What that's performance art, really.
Yep.
That's a live action editorial cartoon.
I might enjoy doing that someday. Anyway, so
Film it.
So we're dancing around the whole God of the Gaps thing. Let's see if he's been edging us on that. Let's see if we actually get a
wait.
edging,
Super weird that these white people seem to be in Africa. What's that background? That looks like some lush area of Africa.
It's like I can't tell if that's Africa or the Greenbrier.
Or it could be like Centralish America.
Yeah.
See mountains in the background and shit.
Yeah, and their skin tone is like a little darker than white, like a little like olive tone. Like that could be.
Oh, so you're saying he's a bit more accepting than we thought.
Just a bit, though. Just a bit.
Yeah, he doesn't hate the melanin.
It's like I just prefer there'd be less. But
it's a spectrum.
I was just thinking of that like Family Guy bit where like
it totally is a spectrum though.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking that Family Guy bit where like the border patrol agent like when they like stopping people at the border, they literally have like looks like a paint swatch with like different shades. Like if it's past here, stop. If it's up here, let them go.
Oh man, that's so true. Because like Italians are included now in white people, so are the Irish. And the Scottish. Some of the whitest fucking people.
Didn't used to be. Yeah.
No, it was like used to be really specific.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The comedy of the racism.
Then the appearance of finite minds is not only unsurprising, it's what we would expect. This is what philosophers call an inference to the best explanation. We're not just asking how consciousness works. We're asking, given that it exists, which worldview does a better job making sense of it? On theism, consciousness fits naturally. On atheistic naturalism, it's a mystery bordering on a miracle. Now, some people...
Right, because as we all know...
Nailed me so hard. Look at that.
Right. I mean, I'm feeling it. Because as we all know, when it comes to science, when something's a mystery, the common practice is to just give up and say it's God. That's just what we do. But when it comes to God, again, the explanation we invented to explain the phenomenon specifically, obviously that's the best explanation because it explains it so well because we finely tuned it. So, but also much like fine tuning, when you actually look at the way gods are depicted, they aren't so finely tuned for explaining things. But that's it.
Well, and before we had scienced enough, we confused unfalsifiable with true.
Yeah.
So we're like, look at that! Like I have an unfalsifiable explanation for everything. Well, it must be super true.
Yeah, like so many like Christians seem to think unfalsifiability is a good thing. It's like, that means you can't falsify it. That means it's true. Like, no, that's not what that means.
You've reasoned yourself into a deepity black hole.
That means you just like ad hoc the shit out of that thing, and
good work.
Yeah.
Also,
'Cause-
atheists say
Yeah.
Sky Daddy because we know it triggers Christians.
Yeah, but I will say, like, as an atheist, I don't know if I've ever used that term.
No, I don't like using it because it's just triggering. But
Yeah. But I probably would use it with someone like Eric if I just felt like triggering them, but like if I'm in a mood. But
it's also true because, like, literally, sky is big beyond us, too big to understand, and then
Right.
God. That's
right. Yeah. So what was inference to the best explanation? Yeah. So yeah, he knows inference is the first step before hypothesis, not the conclusion, right? Again,
you'd think.
this seems to be even though like inference, even like that's actually before hypothesis, but I would usually say like at most, so many apologists seem satisfied with the hypothesis stage. Like they say, well, here's because they would say our theory, but it much more in the colloquial sense of the term theory as opposed to the scientific sense, in which like in science, again, theory is like as strong as an idea can get. But in colloquially, one of these days I'm going to say that word right the first time. But we use the word theory more like the scientists might use the term hypothesis, or maybe even inference, perhaps. I don't know. But yeah, but it seems like as soon as the apologist comes up with, well, this answer or this idea would answer the question, so therefore it's the best idea. It's like, okay, yes, that would. If that were true, that would answer the question. Now, demonstrate that it's true. But they can never go to that step.
No, you can't, because that's God territory. God should make it a fact to us. They should,
right? You
would
do
that. They couldn't do that.
Like you would think, like again. So speaking of things that you would expect on theism, and with a conscious mind behind everything. So if that conscious mind behind everything is also benevolent and wants us to know it, then you would expect things like the problem of divine hiddenness to not be a thing, or the problem of evil to not be a thing, but it is. So my inference on that is, there must be at least no all-loving, all-powerful God. So to me, that's the best inference. So is Eric going to accept that is like the best inference? Is he going to say, "Oh, that must be true then"? Because a non-benevolent, non-all-powerful God would explain this.
I would say not
accept that.
At least not in that case, not exclusively benevolent. Like, that God would have to include evil as well. Be the source of evil, the source of benevolence.
Yeah. And there's, I heard this idea put forth by Stephen Woodford of the channel Rationality Rules, and
I gotta watch more of him.
Yeah, they need to do more low fruit. That's my favorite stuff. It's like, honestly, like a lot of the videos he's been doing lately, like I feel like they're way longer than they need to be, because he's doing a lot of like analyzing, whether it's like debates, or most recent one I saw was FBI Director Patel like in front of Congress, and talk about like the way the congressman was like interrogating him and like using like double binds, especially or he'll talk about like,
I think he's done that because his Patreons and like fans that are really into him, that's what he put out a survey and shit and stuff.
Yeah, which I would say, I mean, the topics are very interesting, but I think the way he's doing it, like I said, I think the videos just end up being way longer than they need to be, because I feel like he's like, because like he'll be reacting to a video, but like he'll like just replay the same clip. Like, I mean, this probably sounds hypocritical of me to say, but he just like replays. Like I feel like.
That was awesome. That was a great troll from the chat.
Okay, spooky wins. I give up. But
best anyway, practices for viewer retention. Yeah. He's trying to build up money so he can do like more comprehensive, deeper dives into stuff.
Yeah, which I get, but this is just like my personal feedback. I feel like when he's going through a video, it's like he'll play like a clip and then explain like what's going on in the clip. I'm like, okay, great, there's the explanation. Can we move on in the clip? But then he like goes back and replays the same thing like 5 times and like beats the dead horse. So it's like, so this was like a 40-minute video. I felt like it could have been 20.
And in those cases, because I did watch his comments
Yeah.
on he like great commentary on
Yeah.
like screwing the pooch in a like a question answer scrutiny kind of environment. However, when Kash Patel and people like him are answering questions, it doesn't fucking matter what works best. They will do what they think works best, and so it's just kind of beside the point. The best thing to do is to show that they're stupid. Like, make a statement, ask a question that just like pulls their pants down while they're trying to act big and tough. That's you can't assume that.
Yeah,
you have to have the conversation they're insisting on having. You can't just be like, I'm going to say the best question, and then you're going to do a stupid answer, and everyone's going to know you're stupid. No, most people don't. It's just like, whoa, over their heads. They don't even notice. So you have to make it obvious that they're stupid.
Right. But speaking of things I didn't notice, I actually didn't know that was a pseudonym.
Interesting.
But yeah, maybe like I can only think of like the first thing that comes to my mind is Woodford Reserve, which is like really good bourbon.
Also,
but that sounds more like a thing Sir Sick would do.
And Woodburn Brewery used to be a good brewery until.
Well, that's Woodburn, not Woodford. But
yeah, that's what I think of when I see Woodford. I think of Woodburn.
Yeah, but yes, he needs to do a video about Kip. I would watch that. Speaking of pseudonyms and such, so I just want you to know, Kip. Like according to my headcanon, that's short for Kipword, and that's what I choose to believe. That's what makes me happy. That it's Kipword Davisonberg is the full name.
Oh, Davidson Bergenstein. I came up with like a really extended version once.
There's probably a Mick or an O in there at the beginning as well.
Oh, there should have been, but I don't think there was.
Yeah, Mick O. Davis Steinberg. Yes, that's
no Bergenstein, because Steinberg was a place you get to buy like washing machines.
Oh yeah, like yes, it's O. Mick Davidson Steinberg Ski. Yeah, that's
bring in the Eastern Europe.
Yeah. Multicultural. Kip is a man of the people, or Kipword, I should say. He's a man of the people. So, yeah, but definitely got to be more controversial, Kip. Like, I don't know. Apparently, just hating the Bible isn't controversial enough. That's a thing you do, right? Yeah.
I think you know what, in Boston you can probably
you even have a T-shirt that says "I fucking hate the Bible." That's like, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but in the chat, so that helps the algorithm. So
I lived in Boston, 2 different places for 3 months, 6 months total, and I think that you could probably hate the Bible just fine in Boston, but hating the Catholic Church gets you less distance.
Yeah. Well, I think she's specifically referring to the some convention or something that was happening in Boston that he was at. Okay. But yeah, the city in general, definitely like don't mess with the Catholicism. That you'll probably have a bad time there.
Also, the Satanic Temple was based in Salem, Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I lived within walking distance of that place. I might have rollerbladed past it because people used to rollerblade and shit.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Like, lover, not a fighter.
Salem is It was like living in like Witchland at Epcot Center.
Also, welcome, Fox. Is it really a trip to Boston if you don't get into at least one fight? That feels like a fair point.
Yeah, if it didn't happen, you didn't find a bar. Basically, I was gonna say a good bar, but like any bar in Boston is a good place to get drunk. Honestly,
just a bar.
Yeah,
as Wayne would say. All right, so let's try to get back to Eric. So basically saying like God is the best answer because we created this answer to answer all the questions. So therefore it's the best answer. So Oh,
Kipling.
Kipling. That's I thought about that too.
That sounds like an offspring of Kip.
Yes, I am Kip. Here are my young Kiplings. It's like, you need to refer to your children as that. No, but so, you are.
What?
You are what?
We said several things and I forget.
Yeah, I guess all of it is true. Every single thing. So I'm taking that to mean every single thing I have ever said about Kip is true. So
we should write down this canon.
Yes. Go out of pocket on something random like civil engineering. Oh, if you go out on like civil engineering, my daughter may have words with you. That's what she's planning on.
Interesting.
When she goes to college. Yeah.
Isn't that what?
Specifically traffic. For some reason, she's like super interested in like traffic, like engineering or whatever. I'm like,
huh? You sure she's not autistic?
No, but
it's harder to tell in girls because it looks different.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they don't tend to lose the social quite as much.
Yeah, but hey,
no, but that's. Has she found that app game that is Metro? I think it's called. It's a traffic logic puzzle game. I'll find it again and send it to you. She might like it.
Interesting. So, but anyway, yeah, she's.
I didn't do it in the first place.
All right, so he's talking about inference to the best explanation, but I feel like at some point it has to go beyond. Okay, well, this answers the question better. Like you got to get to the step of okay, now we actually prove that this thing actually does exist. Because otherwise, like, okay, then it's just the story we made up to explain the thing. So of course it explains the thing because we made it up to explain the thing. But let's.
I gotta get the boy down here to take things.
Okay. All right. So let's keep going with the Erik then.
Explanation. We're not just asking how consciousness works. We're asking, given that it exists, which worldview does a better job making sense of it? On theism, consciousness fits naturally. On atheistic naturalism, it's a mystery bordering on a miracle. Now, some people will push back.
Okay, so again, my response to that is like, basically what he's saying is like scientific naturalism doesn't have an answer for it yet, or like I said, yet it may or may not actually ever get one. But it's like, okay, so all that really says to me is like science didn't just make shit up. Like when it doesn't know something, it says we don't know. So,
wait. Okay. So, am I unmuted?
Yes, I unmuted you.
So, Kip said this, and then Fox just goes, "What?"
See, I know, like he's talking about David Falk, the 9 hours polymath, as it were. I said, like, as I like to say, like David Falk likes to refer to himself as a polymath. I don't know like super a lot about him, but from what little I do know, I feel like my generalized anxiety disorder is more of a worrying polymath than he is a polymath at anything. So I just like to brag about. I like to brag about my concern about things.
He's compensating for insecurities.
Yeah,
kind of just 24/7.
Which is more than 9 hours.
I'm uncomfortable watching him talk about things just in general because it's
so kind of a trend because he's also a friend of Michael Jones, Insipid Sophistry or whatever the fuck his channel's called.
God, when they talk together,
it's just so bad.
It hurts. It's like,
especially, but it's
how really, do you not know you're jerking each other off?
But it's really bad when they say that we're going Kip Davis rules. It's like you wish, but to them that means just being arrogant dicks apparently. But that's
all right. So you remember when you tried to talk to Missing Mod, right?
Me? Yes.
Yeah. I
think this was on BS's channel.
right
Yeah.
after watching her just a little bit, it really. I highly doubt she's watching right now.
Yeah, we
Or
miss
if
her.
she'll ever watch this one.
Please come back, Mod.
I think to her, when people are making good points, and she feels uncomfortable or bad, she thinks we're just like making fun of her with smart words. And so like when she responds, she just kind of like rips into people, and it's. I'm like, she doesn't really seem like the person who just like rips in people for fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's when people say things, when people make points against her position that she doesn't have the background information on or doesn't understand, she interprets it like they're just making fun of her or Christians.
That makes sense. Yeah. As in, that makes sense as an explanation.
Yeah. And
or
I think other Christians do that too.
Yeah.
I just want to be like, no, we're not. I was gonna say we're not picking on you, but maybe sometimes it's better to say we're not just picking on you.
Fair. Yeah. But okay, so Fox clarified the what wasn't directed at Kip, but it was directed to the weird ass video statement. But yeah, it works both ways. Yeah. so very timely, very appropriate. Thank you, Fox. So yeah, not going to say it's a defense mechanism, but it's a defense mechanism in a lot of situations. Yeah. I would say, like, I'm not saying you're using it as a defense. What's that?
My son just tried to fuck with me again.
As is his wont.
He's like, and then like shuffling up the stairs like this.
He's good people.
I also said it while he could still hear me to give him a chuckle.
Oh, that's good parenting right there. But yeah, this is like, yeah, I'm not saying it is a defense mechanism, but if someone were using it as a defense mechanism, it would look a lot like this. That's all I'm saying. So, all right. So let's see if he finally gets. I mean, I know because I watched this before. I know he finally gets to the whole God of the Gaps thing.
I wanted to say it in the very first place when we paused it here. Is that Wooly the Worm on his shirt?
I don't know.
Scary books. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Wooly the Worm. He wore one because he was a worm.
Oh, did you say Richard Scary books?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Wooly.
That's Wooly the Worm, isn't it? No, he's not wearing a hat.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what that actually is, but
that guy wants to kiss it.
Yeah. Because he's on Reddit. So, yeah. Okay. So,
really?
More transactional. Michael can't stand him, but continues to work with him because he's the best scholar he can find to talk to.
Oh, man, that's sad. You just made all of those podcasts really sad.
But made me happy about how sad they are.
Yeah. I mean, joy from others, sadness. Like
Schadenfreude, is that the word in German?
Yeah.
I love how not only does in German they have a word for everything, but it's always a word because they will take all the words and just make them one word, and it's
spaghetti sauce.
It might also be. I'm actually not a fan of spaghetti sauce. It could be.
Yeah, Tommy's weird. He doesn't get tomatoes on his pizza in any form.
Yeah, I don't do pizza sauce. The only forms of any kind of tomato product I do is barbecue sauce and salsa, which is like
super
one of the
tomato.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
No, I'm there with you.
Anyone else?
Like a tomato slice on a burger or a sandwich looks like a fucking slice of nasty brains. I don't want it. Also, I think everybody else is wrong. Whenever somebody says that was a delicious tomato, whatever it is about whatever makes it most delicious to like other people makes it more disgusting to me. I can smell it when people are like, "Oh, it's a good tomato." Like, I want to vomit. That smells like poison.
Yeah.
It's in the nightshade
I
family,
don't get
which
it.
is a poison plant family.
Yeah. See, there you go. See, you gotta cook it up and turn it into a good barbecue sauce or a salsa or
I think
something.
it's in the
and then
nightshade
it's
family.
fine. Hey, finally, I found someone else. Yeah, I always eat pizza like as much as I can help it. Like eat pizza without sauce, like every time. Because also I find, also this is partially because like my teeth are just shit. Like they're like not sharp, like hardly at all. So like when I bite through things, it's less like the usual like incisors like slicing through things. Like me biting into something, it's closer to like blunt force trauma to the food kind of thing. So like with something like pizza, like with the cheese, especially if it's like really gooey, like if it has that sauce underneath, it's like my teeth don't actually bite through it. Like it just like rips like the entire like all the toppings right off because it has a sauce. But if it doesn't have the sauce, then the cheese actually like sticks like to the dough a lot better, and I can actually like the actual like literal physical experience of eating it is so much nicer.
But okay, but what about like
So-
with a pizza with like a garlic butter sauce? Because that's
Well, for one-
slippery.
Well, but those are also usually like thinner, and also I just don't get those as often because not as many places offer that. But when they do offer just I know there's something that I think it's Dewey's does. It's like a pressed garlic and olive oil that they spread on it. Like that's really good.
If you're in Cincinnati,
So I
go
always
to
get
Dewey's
that.
Pizza. By the way,
Fuck it, yeah, fuck La Rosa's. That shit's awful.
like, if you're like if you're someone who if you've ever caught yourself saying I don't know Trailer Park seemed nice, then try La Rosa's first.
Well, you're saying that as a Cincinnatian. See, I'm in,
and I like
I'm
La
an
Rosa's
import.
pizza, but like Dewey's is that much better.
Yeah, like that's one thing. Like I love Cincinnati. Like I consider it my adopted hometown. But like as far as like the food that's popular here, like I don't get it.
I will
Like-
say La Rosa's is the best super
Yeah.
white impression of pizza. There are other like Angelo's. Have you ever had Tommy's? Have you ever had Angelo's, Tommy?
Yes, I've also had Tommy's, which is in Columbus, which is very good.
That's better.
But yeah,
But
but yeah,
Angelo's.
I'm not
budget
sure I
La
have
Rosa's.
actually. Oh, okay.
It's their sauce definitely tastes like it's like Hunt's pizza sauce. Like came in a big fucking can.
Yeah.
Like just flour and water, pizza dough, and some mozzarella. It's like
Ugh.
Mammy used to make, but
Ugh.
and then
Like,
the Rose
sounds
is
like
like,
Mammy-
yeah, we'll fancy
Yeah,
that shit up, and then
It
That was
sounds like it's if that's the case, it sounds like it's time to put Mammy in a home. But Kip's barbecuing right now. Fuck
What?
yeah, dude. Yeah, because we were actually talking with
what?
yeah, but that's the other thing. We were actually talking with Kip about barbecue last week.
It was a prophecy.
And also like why here speaking of Cincinnati and their odd food choices, like the most popular ribs place in town is Montgomery Inn, where they boil the ribs. Like it's not even barbecue like by any stretch of the word. It's fucking gross. And the meat is gray.
Yeah, they boil
Like,
it
how-
until it looks like you found it on the road.
It's like, yeah, so it's tender. Yeah, sure.
It falls right off the
Tastes-
bone.
Yeah.
But you
Because it
boiled
just-
off all the flavor and the fat and the good shit.
Yeah, like it falls off the bone because it just doesn't have the will to hold on anymore. It's just completely broken it.
But at the same time, the barbecue sauce they came up with, which is very unique, goes well with the gray meat.
Yeah, it's
It's a very British kind of barbecue.
yeah. So exactly, but yeah, Fox was a good point. Like, yeah, the sauce then acts as chin napalm mixed with the cheese. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, it's just,
Yeah, you don't want all that
No
slap in your
unpleasant.
chin, especially when it sounded dirty.
Yeah.
When you have a beard.
Now, I do not recognize this, but this is a good equation right here. The DeMario 1234. Consciousness equals mind equals biology equals chemistry equals physics equals physical axioms equals not God. I mean, it's math. It's right there.
Wait, no, but equals biology minus
Oh,
check.
minus chemistry.
check mystery.
Yeah.
I know I'm making fun of your typo.
Uh-huh.
Equals physics equals, yeah. Or all that is God. But then, like, why does it even fucking matter what you call it?
Yeah, that's why, like through my whole like deconstruction and getting into the whole like the super progressive version of Christianity, like, well, maybe God isn't really a being, but it's just being itself. He's just kind of everything and like, well, then what's the point of calling it God? Like, I just didn't get
Also,
it anymore.
welcome
It's
to
like,
Mario.
fine. Yeah, good to see you. Whether it's again or for the first time, welcome. But yeah, boiled meat. Just don't.
No, the only reason you boil meat is if it's roadkill. You gotta kill all those germs.
Yeah. Yeah, like ribs is one of those things. Like, yes, I understand. Like, in order to do it the right way, like the true barbecue, like low and slow, real hardwood smoke, like it's time consuming. It can be difficult. It's finicky, and it's a whole thing. So I get it.
But if you boil it, you can mass produce that shit.
No, but here's what I'm saying. I understand it's a lot of work, but if you don't want to put in the work, just don't. Just don't. Yeah. But yeah, the whole panpsychist thing. Yeah. Speaking
of price. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Spooky's putting out a link to like a menu review or something.
Oh, for La Rosa's there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say panpsychist or panentheist.
Yeah. So speaking of which, like, if people want to hear me like react to and rant about like Philip Goff and panpsychism from my completely non-professional view, like, let me know. Like, it's something I'd love to talk about, but yeah, I just don't know if people would want to hear me talk about it. Yeah, but let me know. You guys believe in the God of the Bible? Which one? Okay, I have
believe.
Yeah, two responses. First, which one? Also, no. So
yeah, like, believe that one is real? No. I would say definitely at least not that one. Like, I'm not convinced there is currently. My mind changes. I'm not.
Yeah.
It tends to depend on whether or not I'm high.
Which I think is very telling. But yeah. But because I'm like, any God that you have to be high to believe in, like, is it really there? But I am like,
when I'm not high, is it like I think if there is a God, we have not nailed it up to this point.
Right. Yeah. And I am like unabashed, like full blown atheist. Like, I would even consider myself strong atheist. Like, I would actually say, like, I believe no gods exist. It's not just a lack of belief. I actually positively believe no gods exist. I don't claim to know, but I'll say, yeah, I don't think any are out there.
James is here, by the way.
We forgot your name, and I feel so bad. So thank you for showing up and reminding us who you are. But yeah, Sam Harris's wife, Annika. Yeah, she argues that consciousness is fundamental, but she's also still a naturalist, which I find interesting. I remember, like, she was kind of explaining it to Alex O'Connor once. I remember listening to it. It's like, wow, what?
I need to watch that.
Yeah, it was interesting.
As long as she doesn't start talking about Muslims not being quite as human, I'm fine.
Oh no, she didn't go into that like at all. It was, but pellet, nice. So at least you're not boiling them. That's the main thing. So thank you. Yet another service you provide to humanity.
You can do low and slow with a pellet grill.
Let's see. All right. So I feel like we're
around these parts. We worship the platypus. Yes.
Oh yes.
True.
Yeah. Which I feel so bad because I actually have a stuffed platypus somewhere, like not a real, like not taxidermy, but like a toy, like stuffed animal type of thing. But I bought it not just because it was a platypus, but I realized it's actually pregnant. Like, its belly like has a Velcro, and you open up and there's like a tiny platypus you can pull out. And I was like, oh, this is the best thing ever. So I bought it, and it's somewhere in my house, I think, but I just have not been able to find it.
Wait, I have a good explanation. for symbolic reasons, I am willing to say the universe is God. Do I think the universe is actually God? No. But we do experience it as God sometimes, depending on who you are.
Yeah. And where my brain goes is like, well, if it's just symbolic, then what's the point? But yeah.
Well, symbolism can have meaning
I'm
and
different.
help you connect with things that you can't quite wrap your brain around. The problem is when we start thinking that symbolism is a fact.
Yeah. That's for true. All right.
Let's get back to this asshole.
Yeah.
Back and say, you're just invoking God because you don't understand consciousness. That's just God of the gaps. But that misses the point completely. This isn't a...
I mean, so he's not saying it isn't God of the gaps. He's just saying when you say that, you're missing his point. But let's hear how it's...
Excellent.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, it's a big brain balloon now.
About what we don't know. It's about what we do know. Consciousness is real. It's not a blank in our knowledge. It is a full-blown data point. And the question is, which worldview actually predicts the data? Appealing to God here isn't filling a gap. It's just recognizing that theism gives us a world where minds make sense, where they're actually expected. Naturalism, on the other hand...
So you saw it too?
Yeah, where he's like, it's not God, so it's not God of the gaps. Because when you look at God of the gaps this way...
See, you have to actually like start here and then like move over here, and then it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So...
like, it's not that. Because when I stand over here, it doesn't look like that. And you're like, right, but when you stand over there, it does. He's like, but I like it over here.
Yeah, so he's saying, all right, so Matt and chat, because it rhymes, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me like his explanation of why this isn't God of the gaps is essentially saying, like, but there's no gap here because God fills the gap, so there's no gap. It's like, but that's the fucking point, dude. We had a gap, and you just filled it with God. But he said, oh, but because I filled the gap with God, then there's no gap anymore. That seems to me to be what he's saying here. Let me know if I'm off on this. I'll even, I know this is uncharacteristic of me, but I'll even back him up a little bit. So let's hear this again. Let me know if that's what you're hearing or if I'm way off.
What we don't know, it's about what we do know. Consciousness is real. It's not a blank in our knowledge. It is a full-blown data point. And the question is...
Okay, so therefore, I really don't understand what he was even getting at with that. By saying it's not God of the gaps. We understand consciousness. It's real. It's like, well, yeah, but that's not what's in question.
But also, do we?
Yeah. There's that too. But also, before we move on again, so the YouTube folks will see, like, what was that a diss against Sam? What has he said about Muslims that is wrong? Radio silence. Like, honestly, I haven't been following Sam Harris for a while, so I actually don't. I've heard people say that he said things about Muslims. I honestly have no idea. I haven't heard him. Like I said, I haven't followed him in a while. So
pretty much,
I don't know.
The issue has been that, like, sure, he doesn't like all religions, thinks they're all a problem, but the degree to which he talks about Islam being a problem, it's like very obviously a religion that he's set apart from the other ones as being especially heinous. And let's just say a lot of the things he says are more useful for justifying Zionism than not. And by Zionism, I don't mean Jewish people being safe somewhere. What I mean is like colonial Zionism, like Jews who moved to Europe, intermarried with like Eastern Europeans, and then deciding they're the bestest Jewish people, and they like go back and recolonize the area where they were still Arab Jews living, like, and then kicking out everybody and treating even like Arab Jews as second-class citizens. when they're like the original Jewish people,
right?
like that kind of thinking and logic that makes all of that okay, and anything bad that happens as a result, fine. That's what I'm talking about with Zionism.
Yeah.
So
like I said, yes. Yeah, as far as Sam Harris, like I don't know, kind of don't care. Because like I said, I just haven't been keeping up with him. But yeah,
when he says things like that, it's clear that he thinks his opinion matters more than it actually does, and that's also an annoying thing.
That's very true. All right, so back to why his God of the Gaps thing isn't actually God of the Gaps.
Consciousness is real. It's not a blank in our knowledge. It is a full-blown data point.
Okay, but was anyone arguing that it was a blank? Was anyone saying that was the gap? It was like, okay, we're experiencing things. We call that consciousness. Like, it's like I want to say I'm not understanding him here, and that's why this makes such little sense. But to me, it's like, or is he just full of shit? But I'm trying to be charitable, so I must not be understanding what he's saying here. But
it feels like a red herring he doesn't know he's making.
Yeah.
And the question is, which worldview actually predicts the data? Appealing to God here isn't filling a gap. It's just recognizing that theism gives us a world where minds make sense, where they're actually expected. Naturalism, on the other hand, gives us physics, particles, equations, and somehow that's supposed to spit out subjective experience? That's not a
That was like...
well, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean...
ended from argument from ignorance.
Yeah. Like, so I want to hear, like...
It's not God of the gaps. It's just an explanation that fills the gaps.
Yeah. Right? But I want to hear... Because there was something about his exact wording that, like, stood out to me. I want to make sure I'm getting it right here.
Appealing to God here isn't filling a gap. It's just recognizing that theism gives us a world where minds make sense, where they're actually...
Okay, so it's... Yeah, so he's basically saying, like, it's not the God of the gaps. It's just realizing that God fills the gap. I'm with Fox here.
No, but see, you're not noticing there's a gap and then putting a gap-shaped God into it. It's really like saying, no, it's not horse before the cart, it's cart before the horse.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to behave myself tonight and go ahead and move on to the non-alcoholic beer, so I don't feel like shit tomorrow. But I swear, Eric's making me want to like drink more, but not going to let him win.
I'd have to go up and get the bourbon if I was going to drink more.
Ooh. I'll leave that up to you. But all right, so okay, sorry, I'm going to back this up one more time.
And the question is, which worldview actually predicts the data? Appealing to God here isn't filling a gap. It's just recognizing that theism gives us a world where minds make sense, where they're actually expected. Naturally.
So he's saying, so it's not that God fills the gap. And he's not using these words, but essentially what he's saying is like, it's not that we're using God to fill a gap. It's just we recognize there's a gap where we don't understand what consciousness is, but the story we made up about God fills that gap, but it's not God of the gaps. Maybe it's a heart-shaped force. Yeah,
this feels like a troll.
Yeah, but no, I almost feel like the best apologetics are kind of like how they say like technology that's advanced enough is indistinguishable from magic. I feel like apologetics that are good enough are indistinguishable from trolling. I think it's like that kind of thing going on.
No, I think you're right, because there's like a lot of the images. So a few of the images we've seen already, like black people have only been shown in like with like menstrual kind of emotional expressions, which is a kind of racist thing to do. Treating black people kind of like a sideshow. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't.
The two early on, the two. So here's Neil deGrasse Tyson doing the way I kind of describe it is if you could picture a black person also saying massa at the same time, and it fits. Dickheads like this guy tend to show black people in those situations. It's a I'm kind of pulling in stuff that my son showed me, and I told him that that's like us entry level red pilling, what they're doing in that video, and he's like shit. He's like, I thought it was funny, and yeah, and so he's like, I won't watch that anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, there's just a certain way he's been showing black people so far. He's only done it like a handful of times, and there's just, I don't know, something a little off.
Yeah. It's like I said. I mean, because I'm sure I get the feeling like if you were to ask Eric, like he'd be like, "Oh no, I'm not trying to be racist at all." But it's like,
I'm not racist. I just think white people are better.
Yeah. Yeah. Spock said, yeah. Visual dog whistle. Yeah.
Also, I think we have another bot.
Oh. Lotto Mars is a grace to all humanity. What?
She's probably better at being a person than you are. Shut up.
Yeah. Based on what all you're giving me to go on so far, yeah, that'd be my guess. Yeah, so does all varieties of theism explain consciousness? No, apparently just the one. Just the one.
Because special pleading.
Right. Also, did he ever explain why he thinks theism makes consciousness make sense? Not yet. Maybe he might be about to get to that. So I guess I should probably let him.
So far, it's because duh.
Also, Spooky's getting concerned, Matt. Like I think we set like the bedtime for us to be like midnight or midnight 30. It's only 11:25. Yeah, we still got an hour. But thank you, Spooky. I appreciate your concern. Whether or not Matt resents you for it, which is what his face is telling me he's doing.
Spooky's on it tonight.
Yeah. Let's see.
So Facebook James, intent matters and candidly dog whistle charge is warranted if you're a mind reader. No, you don't need to be a mind reader. It's just if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a racist.
Yeah. Now, I honestly do not fully agree with like in such circumstances, like with that phrase, like intent is irrelevant. Like, I think it is still relevant when it comes to like actually having a conversation with someone and like trying to actually understand where they're coming from. Now, I think it is irrelevant to that. Like if you say something, even if you don't mean to say something that ends up being harmful to someone, whether it's because of like racism or bigotry or any other issue, what it's like, whatever you intended is irrelevant to whatever effect it actually had.
Yeah.
Now,
and refusing to notice that or care about it is an issue.
Right. Now, where I think intent is relevant is if someone is actually like honestly, unknowingly like saying or doing things that are causing harm in such ways. Like, yes, like, but when you bring it up to the person and say, hey, this thing you said or this thing you did is causing this problem, like, yeah, definitely address that. But I think it is relevant for them to say, oh, I didn't mean to, when it comes to like them trying to like seek like reconciliation or forgiveness or like understanding, empathy. Like in that sense, okay, intent is absolutely relevant in that, like, then you would hope that the person would say, oh, I didn't mean to do that. And now I'm going to try my best never to do that again. Like that should be like respected. And
also intent can kind of be used as an excuse when so a lot of stuff that like people on the right will say, I'm just trolling, and like they're saying harmful things or just being outright racist, but they're like, no, I'm just trolling you. It's like, okay, but that wasn't your intent. Your intent was to do a thing that you could claim was trolling that was just super racist.
Yeah. But this whole how dog whistle is like it's warranted if you're a mind reader. Like no, like something because here's like the problem with like attitudes like this is it lets people hide behind that too often. Because then they can say, "Oh, well, you can't read my mind." It's like, okay, but sometimes, like, okay, but it's so clear so often.
Also, like
But,
knowing what, especially in America or Europe, where the dog whistles look a certain way, knowing what the closet racist or just outright racist, knowing what they hear as a dog whistle, what they hear or see as an intentional nod to them and what they think and agree with, makes a lot of the dog whistles super obvious. And when people claim something as a dog whistle, it's usually because they know that the in-group sees that as a nod to either, like, in some cases, it's straight up Adolf Hitler, or just racist ideas.
yeah.
Sometimes people do overuse it, but like the people who know how to use the word dog whistle are usually using it appropriately.
Right. And also, like, Fox makes a great point here. Like, just because someone does not know they are racist does not make them less racist. And I would even add, even if someone, by their own intention, if they even consider themselves like anti-racist and they actually actively do not want to be racist, I mean, especially if you like are defining racism more just like at the systemic level, where you say like societal racism means that there are things just in the way society is built that causes harm to certain races. Like you could like say like I absolutely love all like non-white minorities, like everything. Like I have zero problems with anyone of any other race, but then you continue to support whether it's like policies or things in government or like other things that end up harming people only of certain like racial minorities,
or
then
just like making it harder
yeah.
to be black or to like be from Latin America, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it's one. So yeah. So in that is this is one of the instances where like yeah. So even if you can consider yourself like the opposite of racist, like you say as far as like your personal feelings, like I don't have a racist bone in my body, like I have zero prejudices, zero bigotries, whatever. But if the things you are doing are leading to more harmful outcomes to like racial minorities, then you are being racist, whether you want to or not. So yeah. Thank you, Fox. Good point. But as James said, I have my doubts about your ability to know whether someone is using codec language or not. Like,
You can have your doubts. That's fine. My
yeah,
feelings aren't hurt.
yeah. Why not apply half a dose of skepticism you direct towards Christian mind reading ability? Because, like, look, like I said, it's like you said, like in some instances, intent is irrelevant, but in others, it's not. Like if someone is using this language, even if they don't mean to, it's still that kind of language, and it still leads to certain outcomes. But also, like most of the time, like when people use that term dog whistle, it's like it's with people who have a history. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not just coming out of nowhere. It's like, oh, well, you said this one word that like I heard other people say is a dog whistle. Therefore, every time I hear someone use this word,
Yeah.
like no, that's not what we're doing.
There's some people who
It's
don't know they're using dog whistles. It's yeah. And dude, you don't understand, man. You need to watch more often.
Yeah.
Like
And as Fox says, James is missing the point of dog whistles.
like doubting ourselves was how we deconstructed.
Yeah, that's literally how I
Doubting
got
what we
to where I
believe
am,
to be
dude.
true. And like if you can show me I'm wrong, or if anybody can show me I'm wrong about something I think is true, like I will change my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, also, like, how did dog whistles become the topic of the conversation we're talking
I don't
about right now?
know.
That's
But
like
like
such a
James,
that's
I figure you come from Eastern Europe, where it is largely homogenous as far as like people groups, and so I can understand how it would look the way it looks to you. Like we're taking because there are things that
Yeah.
there are things about like that part of the world where that are just common that we would see as racist that you don't see as racist. And if you were around a wider variety of people, I think you would probably start to notice that certain things are harmful. Not just not at all. Okay. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but still, it's like
my point is, it feels like you might be missing details.
Yeah. Plus, also, like I said, like this isn't the whole. I don't even know how we even got on the topic of dog whistles.
Well,
but,
James is driving now, apparently.
Yeah, yeah. Because to me, like this totally sounds like he's just looking for things to pick arguments,
right,
or pick fights with us about. It's like, oh, here's something I can get him on. It's like, even though that's not at all the main point of what we're talking about. It's like, which okay. Yeah, Eastern Europe, super diverse. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well, y'all did have the world's first white supremacy metal festival in that region.
Also, but also in comparison to the United States, though, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, okay,
yeah.
By James metrics, super diverse. I'll accept that.
Yeah, but that by what standard?
But by American metrics, probably not.
Yeah. Not that I want to start getting to the idea that American metrics are the best metrics.
No, not at all. I'm just saying, that's our context. That's his context.
Yeah, yeah. So, but anyway, all right. Back to
shot by an arrow.
Yeah. Save Neil.
So pointy.
Realism, on the other hand, gives us physics, particles, equations, and somehow that's supposed to spit out subjective experience. That's not a path.
Well, yes, somehow we just haven't figured it out yet, dude. That's what we're saying. Because again, he's operating on this framework that subjective experience and consciousness is such a special thing that requires a special explanation. Wait. We're just saying, it seems like literally everything else about the universe comes about through particles and physics and shit. So maybe consciousness does too. We just haven't figured it out yet, but let's try to figure it out. He's like, bullshit.
Oh, here's a guy jumping over a gap. No God needed.
Darn it. Got me there.
Wait, that's a leap. And while critics throw around God of the gaps, they quietly lean on their own version. Naturalism of the gaps. They have no mechanism, no model, just blind faith that science will one day stumble into a solution.
No, not blind faith. It just has explained things in the past, and so we figure we keep using it, it will explain more.
Yeah, plus, again, I don't know of anyone... the most hardcore, if there is such a thing, of scientific naturalists or whatever. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say science will eventually explain everything.
No, it's our best tool for explaining things.
Yeah, I mean that's literally it. And so again, all we're saying when we say this thing that happens in nature, and we're saying we're just we think it's reasonable to assume that it has a natural explanation. We're not saying it definitely does, but we think it's reasonable to assume based on literally everything else, literally everything else we've discovered in nature and we have found the explanation for. It's been a natural explanation every damn time. So that's not blind faith to assume that, okay, other things we find in nature probably have a natural explanation too. Again, we're not closing our mind off to the idea that there might be a supernatural. All we're saying is, okay, but you haven't demonstrated that that's the case yet. So until you do, we're just, and some people don't even go this far, but where I go is I'm just going to keep assuming that it's natural. But and again, that's not even all atheists or whatever. Plenty of atheists still don't just assume that everything's natural. They are to varying degrees, open to supernatural possibilities. Because yes, you can still be an atheist and believe in the supernatural because the supernatural is not necessarily God. So, yeah.
I'm feeling the need for some bourbon.
All right. Well,
I'll
you
be back.
want me to keep going with the video while you're gone, or fine? I guess I will then. All right. Yeah. So I feel like I said what I wanted to say about that. It's like he's trying to say it's not a God of the gap while literally explaining how he's using God to fill a gap, but then say, well, it's this whole it's science of the gaps or naturalism of the gaps. No, it's like we're not saying we have filled the gap. It's just saying until proven otherwise, we're going to assume that this thing is natural, just like literally everything else we found the answer for that was also natural. But like I said, if you actually are doing science correctly, then you are open to just whatever it is you find. It just so happens that everything we've actually found, for as certain as we can possibly be, has been natural the whole time. So I don't think memification of theistic arguments format is really working out well. Yeah. There's so many things with Erik, I would say. This isn't working out.
Map out some of the main options. First, there's reductive materialism that says consciousness just is brain activity. Neurons fire and poof, experience. But that's just correlation masquerading as explanation. Why?
That was such a reductive version of reductive naturalism, I feel. Does anyone say, oh, look, like, how did he say that?
Reductive materialism that says consciousness just is brain activity. Neurons fire and poof, experience. But that's just...
Does anyone say that? Welcome back, Daniel Price, or DP for short. That's WizSync is going to be cursed by a warlock. Henceforth be called the Wicked Pisser. I love it. I love it. Man, coming in clutch. Oh, if it's doubly redundant, does it negate itself? Ooh. It's getting deep. Very deep. Maybe too deep. I'm getting uncomfortable.
Just correlation masquerading as explanation. Why should electricity be conscious of anything? Why isn't your brain just a cold unconscious calculator? Strong emergence says...
no.
It's just correlation masquerading as explanation. Why should electricity be conscious of anything? Why isn't your brain just a cold unconscious calculator?
Why should electricity be conscious of anything?
Because it's
not just electricity. It's electricity plus brain matter plus like all the other things. Which again, like we don't know. Like that, like that's what most scientists, like as far as I can tell, are saying is we don't know.
There's a point at which all we know is there's a point at which it does.
Yeah. We're just like, okay, it seems whatever consciousness is, like for those of us on the like more naturalist, materialist, whatever side, like I don't know if I necessarily consider myself a materialist because like I don't necessarily think that everything in nature is material, but I don't know. But so I usually just prefer the term naturalism, only because I don't believe in a supernatural. But like no one is saying like, oh, it's just electricity. Like it's like no, it's like we're saying like it seems to involve electricity and a brain and like other physiological natural processes. We're saying like
quantum physics and maybe blurry time.
Yeah, so we'll say like beyond that we don't know what the full picture is. We're just not convinced that it's not natural. That's it.
Did you already show this?
No, but it's true. It's true.
If it's doubly redundant, doesn't negate itself.
Yeah. Yeah, that was what I was saying was going deep. It's like, yeah, I wanted to get your take on that. So here, you give your take on that while I go relieve myself.
Yeah, I also did that. Hold on. I just took a couple pills. And I'm like out of stuff to swallow with. It's kind of stuck. Just doubly redundant doesn't negate itself. No, because it could just be like x squared. Or doubly redundant, that would be like x to the fourth power. Not No, it can't negate itself. Nope. Oh, no, it's not a bottle of Jack. It's a bottle of Evan Williams. And it's not even like. So I asked my wife to get like the 1792 or whatever the fuck shouldn't. Evan Williams makes a small batch, which means nothing, but it's better than basic bourbon. And they were out of it apparently, so she got just a plain Evan Williams. And it's Kentucky's first distiller, which means they've paid off everything they used to make it, and it's decent budget bourbon for like way less than it should be. Talking like $12 for 750 milliliter.
It's like, that'll do, pig. That'll do.
Yeah.
So.
I like the Ezra Brooks better, actually, and it's about the same price. Ezra Brooks also makes a 99 proof version, which the liquor store near my house switched to only carrying that one instead of also the regular one because nobody wanted that one. Because you can get like 9 more proof for like $2 more.
Nice. Yeah, see, when it comes to bourbon, I usually just go bullet because, like, it's compared to most bourbons, it's super cheap, but I like it. So I'm like,
I avoid bullet because it's so popular. I do like it, but
yeah. Well,
Southern Comfort is a liqueur. Don't let anybody tell you it's whiskey.
yeah, that's.
I mean, like what you like, but like it's not whiskey.
Yeah, it's more like schnapps or something.
It's like racist schnapps. Speaking of being doubly redundant,
or what?
Like
or unintentional.
Yeah.
Or unintentional racism. Yeah.
Yep.
Because we're not accusing DP of the racism, but yeah.
Correct.
Anyway, yeah, it was just funny.
I'm just calling your alcohol racist.
So that's why you
get drunk
that
on whatever
racism.
racism you want. That's fine with me.
So drink that racism and turn it into piss, just like it deserves, or something. That made sense.
Yeah. All right. Meme bullshit.
What?
So many times he's shown an image of this meme guy with a giant, enormous brain.
Mm-hmm.
Is he just flexing? Is this? I don't understand.
Goldschlager. Nice. All right.
Basically,
so
just like sugary vodka.
I don't know if I've ever actually had it. No, that you mentioned it, but anyway. So strong emergence. Let's see what that is. I honestly don't know, and I forget from when I watched this video earlier.
Strong emergence says consciousness pops out when matter gets complex enough, but that just labels the problem without solving it. Why does complexity?
Well, but again, like, does anyone claim that solves it, or is that more just like a possible starting point?
Right, a potential explanation.
Yeah,
I don't know anybody who says that who's like, "Yep, that's it."
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, and again, I would love for someone like Erik or anyone, like, tell me where I'm wrong here. It's like, it seems like he's having two different standards, which I know this is unheard of for apologists, but two different standards for his explanations versus like the other sides. Because like when it comes to his, like, it's like it needs no more scrutiny other than, well, if this is true, it would explain it. But then when it comes to like the more naturalist like hypotheses or theories or whatever you want to call them, he's like, then he's getting like really picking apart. Okay, well, that doesn't completely answer. Okay, but if it's true, that would answer it.
Does it
Like-
answer it more? At this
Yeah.
point, we're not focusing on completely answering anything. Just does it answer it better? Testify, nice.
I like that one. Yes, I like that much better than the 6-7 reference.
Yeah, this is really.
I was a C-section baby. I never had a strong version. Now, as opposed to the way I understood C-section
I took the
birth, like
shortcut.
when I was, but like when I was a kid, like so me and all my siblings, like we were C-sections. But I remember being like as a young kid, like just hearing the concept of like childbirth being painful. In my mind, like again, I didn't really know like the difference between like C-section versus natural birth or like what it actually was. Like all I remember is just hearing the stories and then like my mom like talking about like the scar she had on her belly from like all of us being born or whatever. And so in my mind, the way I put all that together was like, oh, childbirth is painful because the children literally just burst out of their stomach. I'm like, yes, that sounds painful. Like that would be a strong emergence, but
No wonder you like the Alien movies.
that probably is my like favorite of all like the sci-fi like franchises. I even love like the later movies like Prometheus and Covenant and saw Romulus. Like I was like, that was all. I thought it was good. Apparently, a lot of other people didn't like him, but yeah.
So,
But how though? How does a C-section explain head shape?
I don't know.
It's gonna be Fox's memoir, Erection in a C-section.
Wait, this is. Hold on. This has got to be one of the best. Stranger drops in and makes a comment.
Like, because we were talking about C-sections. What?
I've been summoned by my favorite topic.
Bourbon, maybe. So
It's kind of the equivalent of like, ta-da! I'm here.
So here's a good question by good old DP or Deep for even shorter. Yeah, what about those who aren't intellectually capable of complexity? Not necessarily mentally challenged or dumb, but simply fucking ignorant and willfully so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of these.
Mm-hmm.
Weird how a lot of these arguments also would be useful for explaining why certain people are not quite human.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, So my daughter has intellectual disabilities, and we left our church before it got to that point where they would be trying to like convince her to be Christian, and she would go with whatever was the most functional based on the people she's with.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm kind of glad we got out before I had to wrestle with that of like people trying to convince her to make a decision that like I'm not sure she's capable of making on the level they would want her to. But she would have been going through those motions.
Yeah.
People, yeah, I would have noticed.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm happy you dodged that as well. But also appreciate that. There's no resemblance between me and a xenomorph. Appreciate that. But I mean, well, you haven't seen me topless though, so
Is she flat too?
But I'm just saying, like, if I was, I might see more of the xenomorph resemblance. I hadn't read to the Sigourney Weaver part though.
You look more like a Geiger painting.
I fucking wish, man. That shit's awesome,
dude. There's a brewery
and
called
Chris Moore. Hello.
Hello. There's a brewery called Nightmare Brewing, out of not here. I don't remember what city it was in. I saw it today. All of their labels are hella metal. Yes, good art. Not quite Geiger, but it reminded me of that same kind of like black and white art.
I always appreciate that. So, is complexity not simply something that awareness is aware of?
Correct.
Yeah, maybe complexity is in the mind of the beholder, perhaps. Like as we were talking about earlier, like people don't necessarily consider things like a puddle complex, but depending on how you look at it and how you break it down, puddles are very complex. And if you think of it in terms of the precise arrangement of all the water molecules and why it's that shape and like all that, yeah. So, yeah. Let's see, why would an objective physical process ever have something it's like to be like the thing? There has to be something going on more than physical reality. Like, does there though?
Also, if you're not a bot, you are a special kind of autism, and welcome.
Yeah,
You're
because
in
so
good
are we.
company.
Yes, welcome. Love having you. But why would an objective physical process ever have something it's like, or like to be like? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Like it, like something it's like to be like that thing. There has to be something going on more than physical reality. I don't see why there has to be. It's because here's the thing: like consciousness still like remains a mystery. So and it's so mysterious. I think because you have the one side saying like, well, it's completely irresponsible and like unwarranted to say that it can't be non-physical or non-natural. Like, okay, but by the same token, if we don't know what it is, then you also can't say that it can't be natural because we don't fucking know what it is. So I think, yeah, I'd say either direction to the extreme is unwarranted. Saying it definitely is or it definitely isn't. Like we have no basis for saying either. So,
and I think the instinct or the drive to say it has to be something more than physical. I don't think that's the case, but I do wonder if, and I used to think that. I think a lot of the drive to see it that way comes from not wanting to acknowledge the possibility that it is the result of natural processes. And in that case, consciousness, if it's anything that is separate from a natural process, is simply awareness of what's happening. And like anything else is the result of previous experiences and just the physics of things interacting. In such a complex way that it looks like there has to be more, but like there might not be. Like that's a real possibility, and I think that's the case.
yeah.
But no, it doesn't have to be something additional.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yes.
important to like get comfortable. I think it's important to get comfortable with the, just it really could not be something else.
Yeah. So, because like where I'm at on it, and I know I've said this several times, probably several times tonight, but we keep having new people pop in, and I don't mind talking more about myself. But that's why I consider myself a naturalist. And for me, like my brand of naturalism, if you want to call it that, like that's not me saying there definitely is no supernatural. All I'm saying is so far, everything that we have actually figured out what it is, like it's been a natural answer every time. So for me, like I'm basically just withholding my belief in anything supernatural until you can actually demonstrate that any of it is actually real. So
Yeah.
now, if people still want to believe in it without having the proof, fine. I'm not against that. I mean, live your life, whatever makes sense to you. But for me, living my life as a naturalist is what makes sense to me. It's what works. So until I'm convinced otherwise, that's what I go with. But we were right. You are, in fact, a special kind of autism. Well, welcome. Extra welcome for you, in fact.
So,
My
Reflex
favorite
Man.
Ooh.
Okay, this is speaking from personal experience. If you are developing a model of reality that solves the hard problem of consciousness and you are doing it with a large language model, no, you aren't. There's every chance that it is a rehashed version of something that people have already thought about, because that's what large language models do, and it is not new. If that isn't the case, and you do have a background in the training to do that, like on your own, and it's like your model, and you're not using AI to do it, I would be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I'm always interested in stuff like that for sure. Yeah,
but AI will float our boat into psychological issues.
like that sounds good, but what? Who's Penn and Teller in this situation, or what is?
Well, he asked Replex if it involves magic. His explanation.
Response to BS.
But
there.
Penn and Teller, yeah,
and so
also
awareness.
Teller is very well spoken. If you can ever find an interview with where he talks.
Oh, interesting. Okay, awareness has no shape, size, texture, color, location, or boundary. It does not appear as an object within experience, but is the medium through which experience arises.
Citation needed sounds like an assertion.
But also, because if it has no shape, size, texture, color, location, or boundary, okay. Do we know that all natural things have to have those things? Yep.
If it
maybe that just means it's, or does it have no shape, size, texture, color, or are we just unable to detect its shape, size, texture, color, or boundary, or whatever? Like, I don't know.
If it doesn't, it kind of sounds like you're saying like you're listing measurable kinds of things. If it doesn't have measurable characteristics, then like we can't know for sure it's real.
No. All right. But denying the AI allegations. So cool. Awesome. But yeah, using it. Yeah, just bouncing ideas off of ChatGPT. Yeah, I do that for a lot of things too. Yeah, sure. That's decent use of it. But yeah, keep going.
But just keep in mind, if you haven't,
cool stuff.
I will say this for everybody because I didn't do this at first. It's important to tell like whatever agent you're working with, AI agent, that you want it to focus on factuality over flattery. Like just you want it to be fact focused and reality focused above everything else, even above like being conversational or pleasing you or whatever. Yeah,
because that's something I found like in my chats with ChatGPT, and it actually the other day basically literally said as much. I find it gives a different response if I frame something as here's a thought I've been having versus just here's a thought I heard. How does this sound? Because it actually told me, because there was one point where I don't remember how I worded it, but it actually was a thought I heard from someone else. But the way it responded was almost like, oh, well, if you're thinking this, then that's actually very insightful. And I'm like, but then I said, no, this wasn't from me. This is something I heard from somewhere. And it actually, I don't remember exactly how it worded it, but basically said, oh, well, now that I know it wasn't from you, I'm going to answer this way. And I'm like, wait, you answered differently based on, and it's like, well, no. I'm like, but you literally just said you did. So
yeah, like I had to tell, I use ChatGPT and I had to tell it that like from now on, I want you to focus on like, I want to know what's true. I want to know about reality. Everything that you tell me needs to be focused on connecting me to reality and to facts and above everything else. And now it's still going to fail to do that, but now it's trying to.
And bless its heart if it has a heart or something. All right, but I would have shit if I saw the. Ooh, this sounds enticing already. Argument you got into the other day with some asshole saying, I used to not believe in God either and ask God to prove he's there. The irony in that. Yeah, see, I did the whole like asking God to prove he's there, but that was while I still kind of believed, but that was what made me not believe, because I basically gave him his final chance, like, prove me you're there, and he just didn't. So I'm like, all right, I don't believe then.
That's a little bit of science.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Let's see. So how Chris Moore sees consciousness is the balance of the ego, id, superego. But the brain is your hard drive and soul is cumulative memory of your experiences. Interesting. Now, I also will admit to
like
not.
that.
I also don't actually fully know like the definitions of like ego, id, and super ego. I don't know if that part of that has to do with like when I took a psychology class in college and we were learning about those things. My professor pronounced it ego and super ego, so I was just thinking about waffles the whole time.
God damn
So,
it.
so it's like ego, waffles, and the super ego, ooh, really good waffles. Like
I think
he was nice. He probably actually was a
Freudian-based.
good. Yeah, but like he probably actually was like a good professor, but yeah, I just couldn't pay attention to that class for lots of reasons. But
there's a lot of people who are really interested in this whole consciousness thing. Like, what is it? Who am I? Am I really
yeah,
a thing?
mm-hmm.
Something big is happening with humanity across the world. I think I do think we're kind of we're in some section of a leap forward in, I want to say consciousness, but that's too loaded. Just awareness of what is even everything. It feels like people, more and more people care about what's actually happening instead of what they think is happening. To the point where we've reached a tipping point, I think. At least in the Western world.
Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, something big could be happening with humanity. But if we want to see something big happening with the humanity, remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share, and do all that shit that I'm supposed to say as a YouTuber.
We do more things loosely related to this every week. Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, tell your friends or people you want to annoy the shit out of with rambling meanderingness.
People you want to confuse.
Yeah. And yeah, speaking of confusing, I appreciate the clarification here, but that still doesn't make sense.
But
I appreciate
ego. One's yeah.
But the problem is I don't even understand what an ego is, so just telling me the different types doesn't. But I appreciate you trying to explain. But yeah, I'm just way lost on all this stuff.
I think
this makes sense though. It's probably aliens.
From what I understand, I'm not convinced we're not fully Earthlings. That's where I am. Just because, like, what other apes grow hair the way we do? That's messed up. Like, what other ape needs a haircut?
Thank you.
That's messed up. It's weird. And like that one mutation of a gene that just makes hair grow forever on top of your head, like that survived. That's weird.
Well, but it survived because it didn't inhibit our ability to reproduce. That's really all it takes for something to survive. Is it doesn't keep you from reproducing.
How did that help? Like, what apes are like, your head's hairy as shit, let's do it.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't have to help. All it has to do is not inhibit.
That's true.
So
I'm kind of making fun.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of alien lore where I'm like, that'd be super fun if we're not like fully human and would not fully Earthling. It would explain a lot, but
yeah, because my mind always goes to like the super literal, because like you're saying all the things that are different about us, but like, okay, there's different things about every species.
No, I don't think that confirms anything. That's just like
no, it's fun to think about though. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. So I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
Fantabulous. Everybody who finds us accidentally subscribes. Who comments anyway.
Yeah. And I do expect to hear more from you. Damn it. Don't let me down.
Don't disappoint us.
Or we'll just quit the whole show. I'm just kidding.
Complexity equals awareness. Question mark? Probably.
Yeah. Right, hey, we're almost done, but all right, we got less than a half hour before we turn into pumpkins or whatever.
Don't kink shame the early hominids. Look, it's true. I don't get it. I don't get how it started, but I do appreciate long flowing locks.
Yeah. but just to bring it up again, just because this is like a common like apologetic tactic used, saying like they'll say, well, what's the evolutionary advantage of this thing like evolving and like emerging as a trait, because they don't quite understand what it takes. Like I said, because literally all it takes for a trait to survive, like yes, it helps if it actually assists in reproduction, but literally all it has to do is not inhibit it. Because like
because again, it kill enough people, it'll survive.
Yeah, because also this is again an instance of people thinking like not knowing, but they're only looking at things in terms of how much it means to them. Like, so we'll talk about things like hair length, because that's something we think about a lot, or like muscle mass, or like all this stuff. But literally, like, there's no difference between like how long your hair is, what color your hair is, like how muscular you are, like from just a purely like natural physiological like,
Hold on. Did I mumble? That's hilarious.
I mean, he could have said either. I mean, they're both have their evolutionary advantages and disadvantages. That's for sure. But for all these traits that we consider significant, like your size, like how fast you are, like how good your eyes work or whatever, it's really on a certain level, no difference than like, okay, why are my fingers not like a millimeter longer or shorter? Like, it's the same, like, because my genes coded me for my fingers to be exactly this length, just like they encoded like for my eyes to work the way they do, for me to have like the skeletal structure that I do. But it's like, okay, what was the evolutionary advantage to my fingers being this long and not like a millimeter shorter or longer? It's like none. It's like, this is just the way it turned out. And it didn't inhibit me from reproducing. I have 2 kids.
Quick question.
Their mom apparently didn't care how long my fingers were. But that's
your ring finger longer than your pointer?
Yes.
Wait,
hold on. I think yes, slightly.
Yeah. There's a study done in the 90s, I think, where they were trying to figure out like, is there a characteristic that like says lesbian, and what they found. Now, I'm not saying this is conclusive at all, but just reminded me. What the study found out was that, like, if you are a woman and your ring finger is longer than your pointer, probably lesbian. And
so I'm a lesbian. That makes sense. I am attracted to women.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you shut up. But I have, every time I'm able to like somebody who's an out lesbian, right? And like waving their hands around, doing like a podcast or some shit. And then I'll watch, and like, if they're, a lot of times their ring finger is longer. I'm not saying every time, but
see, I thought that was just normal.
It's a masculine trait, apparently.
Yeah.
But
okay.
What about femme lesbians?
Yeah.
Probably doesn't
All right.
work.
So I know we need to finish this video. So I'll just say, like, this is a topic I do want to cover at some point.
They're weird.
Yeah. So but why don't they just accept that God made the perfect process? Now, I do think that, especially in terms of Christianity, accepting, like, a lot of Christians say, oh, evolution is completely compatible with Christianity, but I think that's only in terms of like just the creation story. Like, yes, you can take that one story as far as like how long did it take, and did God literally just say, let there be this, and it was there, or did it evolve? Like, yes, you can take the story metaphorically, and okay, but then the reality was things evolved. But I think evolution poses so many other problems for Christianity.
But if you're on board with evolution and you're a Christian, baby steps towards
atheism. Oh yeah, I'll take it. But I'll just say, I just want to put out there, like, the theory of evolution totally, like, in my opinion, completely destroys so many other parts of Christian theology. Things like, okay, how did sin enter the world? Like, just with humans? Like, if there actually, in some ways, really was no first human because it was so gradual. And like, also, it completely destroys the notion that humans are somehow special and like set apart in any way from creation. Like no, we're just another ape. So yeah. But also this like God equals the fact of existence. It's like, okay, like again, if you want to look at it that way, but from my point of view, it's like, what's the point in calling that God? I don't get it.
It's super unfalsifiable.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you want to, sure. If that's
if
what
that
works
to
for
make
you.
more sense of reality, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tommy, he's got that lesbian vibe.
Did we both click on that one too?
Yeah, we did.
It was that good.
And then Fox is on to left hand ring figure. I think the right hand is slightly shorter.
You're a split brain lesbian? Is that a thing? What?
I'm uncomfortable.
I don't know why that made sense in my head, but
even joking, I'm uncomfortable telling you what that means. I don't like venturing in that. As much fun as I had sharing that story about what I read in the past, like I'm actually currently not comfortable joking about present things. Means you're a hermaphrodite.
So you can literally go fuck yourself. Yeah. That was like
no, but that's not how that works. Like you literally couldn't very well.
But that's why, if people remember the band Rammstein, they had a song. I won't say the title of it because, from what I learned about, I think it might be a slur. I don't know if the word literally just means hermaphrodite or if it's like a slur toward it about hermaphrodites. I won't say, but there's a line in the song because it's basically about being a hermaphrodite. But there's a line in the song where he says, "And that's why I don't get sad when people tell me to go fuck myself." Yeah. So yeah, it's musically it's a good song too. But
mine are the same size. Am I gay?
I mean, damn, man, suspension of disbelief.
I know, man. Like, did everybody else have that kid? Like, at some point, like around the puberty age, where some kid was like, "Man, if you could fuck yourself, that'd be amazing." Everybody else is like, "Right, probably, but go away."
Yep. All right. Well, hey, we got less than a minute. Let's see if we can do this before 12:30.
Create awareness at all. And if it adds something new, like mental properties with causal power, then you've left physicalism behind. Panpsychism says all matter.
Again, like, well, so that's, to me, like, I don't understand the difference between saying, okay, well, like, because certain, like, proteins, like, arrange themselves in a way that they form a muscle. And now it can like move like an entire limb and stuff. That's completely different than what it was before. Therefore, not natural, not physical.
How did that happen? It seemed to want to.
Yeah. So I feel like, again, they're viewing certain things as being more special. So these things require special explanation, but at their most basic level, I don't really see how it's different than all these other things that we just take for granted. It's like, yeah, all these this type of thing come together and form a different type of thing completely. Happens all the time. But this, in this one instance, well, this has to be special. Like, yeah. Now, that's not to say that consciousness isn't something like special and unique. And like, obviously, at least we as humans think it's really cool. But again, us as humans think it's really cool.
I want to hear more
probably don't give a shit
in the future about getting Rammstein's comment section closed down on YouTube, because they're Germans and they get wacky. How do you close down a German comment section? That's a story for another time. Also, B.S. Lewis, apparently when he was talking about us being the same size, if he's gay, it was unrelated.
Oh.
I'm going to assume you're joking, and that is one of my favorite things people do when they're like, we're talking about the same thing, and they're like, oh, no, we're not. It's my favorite kind of demand avoidant humor.
Yep. It's such good times. All right. So let's learn about panpsychism.
Big brain.
but they're all big brain. Is like, what's he
Of course,
saying
of
here?
course.
Has some degree of consciousness. That avoids
Right,
the something. Panpsychism says all matter has some degree of consciousness. That avoids the something from nothing problem, but under atheism, why would a
Okay.
mindless universe be made of proto-minds? That kind of reality fits way better under theism, where consciousness is there.
But do panpsychists say it's a mindless universe?
Oh,
Even like panpsychist atheists, like,
it would be all mind.
yeah, that's. So I guess to answer that question, like, why would a mindless universe be made of smaller minds? And the panpsychist would say, like, because it's not.
This guy knows enough to think he's smart.
Uh, America is a great song. I we danced to that at my wedding reception, actually. So
Did we?
yeah, I even rode around on Ed's shoulders.
Oh,
My older brother, that is.
the only song I remember is what is it? Clutch, Cypress Grove.
Yeah, Cypress. Mob Goes Wild was in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they please allow me to adjust my pants so that I may dance the good time dance.
So Emily works. So she still works at that point.
I don't remember.
I was lip syncing to the beginning of the Clutch song. Please allow me to adjust my pants
Yeah.
while I dance
Yeah.
the good time dance. Put the innocent
Put all the-
onlookers into a
lookers
trance.
in-
And onlookers and bystanders into a trance.
Yeah, right.
She's like, you would know that, and I was like,
Yeah, I remember
what?
that. Like, of course, it's a good song. What are you trying to say? No.
It's like, what? Who do you think I am? And I want to know more.
Yeah.
This sounds like it works out well
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, but yeah, fuck. Like, I'm assuming this is to the video, but this could reply to so many things. So
No, we haven't idealism. We're not going to. I don't think.
well, I mentioned Bernardo Kastrup. What I think he talks about as form of idealism.
Okay.
But yeah, we haven't gotten too in depth. But that was a while ago. Please go back and watch. It was fun. But Tommy and Matt danced at Tommy, not necessarily with each
No.
other.
No,
But-
both dancing outside the same shelter at a park.
But I did dance with Eric Bryant at his wedding, though.
Well, there you go.
I was also drunk. But anyway,
Shogun named Marcus. There you go. That's a good song
yes.
too.
That was
Are they-
not on the playlist. But
Are those on the same album? There was one
No.
good one killer album.
Yeah, Shogun named Marcus. That was an earlier song. Yeah, Mob Goes Wild and Cypress Grove. Those are on Blast Tyrant.
Yes.
But man, they're still putting out good albums though. Like they're just so fucking.
Well,
Oh man, if we got married, like, so speaking of like different canons, like Jimmy's gonna be pissed because not Jimmy Tux, our other friend Jimmy Ligon, because like he came to visit Cincinnati and we were hanging out, and I think somebody we went out to like a BW threes, and I think the waitress maybe thought we were a couple, but yeah,
which is wild.
yeah, but. Yeah, okay, if you leave room for the Holy Spirit, or if you're a puppet. But yeah, Blast Tyrant. That was my first Clutch album.
Sorry, not the wrong thing.
Yeah. Blast Tyrant. It's a great album. I think it's one of their more like unique. Like I think that album kind of stands out among most of the rest. But yeah, really, really good, solid front to back. So, all right, we got less than 10 minutes to do 12 seconds. Think we can
do it.
Right. Well, but only if I back it up a little bit. So,
that kind of reality fits way better under theism, where consciousness is there from the start. So when you're comparing worldviews, the one that makes the data more probable is the better explanation. And when it comes to consciousness, theism just isn't a placeholder. It's the best match.
Oh man. What's that called in gymnastics where you do like
Yeah.
the final thing? What's that?
Oh, the dismount.
Dismount. His dismount was an assertion.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, you can go away. Yeah, it's
You made us watch till the end when you did nothing.
yeah. So again, my takeaway from this was he just does not understand how much of a god of the gaps he really is doing. Well, but not just refusing that he's doing it, but trying to insist that everyone else is actually doing their thing of the gaps. But it's like, no, we're all like on our side, or at least most of us, like that, like actually know what they're talking about. And I don't mean to like no true Scotsman this or anything, but but it's like it seems to me the ones that actually know what they're talking about are the ones who are saying like, yeah, we don't know. We're not saying it is definitively this or that, but we're just saying like to people like Erik, if you're going to posit that your thing, in this case, God, the Christian God specifically, is the thing that explains it. Like, the way you have written or whoever wrote the story about this God, like, yeah, that fits. Again, because that's why the story was written, because people had this thing that didn't make sense and they wanted to make sense of it. So they made up things that made sense of it. But he's saying like, he's saying, look how well it fits. It's like, and we're like, yeah, no shit, it fits. That's literally what it was invented for. So, okay, good first step. You came up with the story. Now prove that it's actually true. Because I could come up with any story to explain anything, and I can say, look, it's the best explanation, therefore it's true. It's like, no, like, again, going back to the tooth fairy things, like, yeah, the story of the tooth fairy makes sense to the kids, but without actually proving that the tooth fairy is actually real, it's not necessarily reasonable to think so.
I want to point out how charitable we've been towards this dipshit.
You're welcome, Nitty.
There you go. Make fun of the viewer who fell asleep already.
I'm not making fun of him. That was genuine. Like, we love our nitties.
Oh, all right. So what's this guy's name? Erik. What's his nuts?
Yeah, Erik Manning.
Yeah, I don't actually care. That's why I forgot.
Yeah. Oh. I'm sorry for reminding you then. My bad.
His audio, he's memeing and flexing for people from his same millennial generation of specific white dudes who have a particular viewpoint, and just getting joy that atheists respond. Like, none of this is actual good faith arguments being presented. We are treating them like they are, and I don't know if that means we're fucked up or if we're being very, very charitable. But
I am being a tooth fairy denier.
Yeah. So if you're trying to put money under your kid's pillow, right, when they have a tooth under there, and if they wake up when you're trying to do it, I think the sly thing to do is to, if you're trying to lie to your kids really well, is to not give money that night. And just be like, oh, I'm just checking on you, right? And they'll be like, why didn't the tooth fairy come? And you'd be like, I don't know. I don't even know. Let's just put it under the pillow again tonight, and we'll see if they come.
So I feel like unless there was anything else we wanted to say about Erik, I kind of wanted to close with like relating a story about like how my dad handled the whole tooth fairy thing and how much I loved it. But
all right.
So what I loved my dad's approach, because basically what he told us was, okay, you put your tooth under your pillow, the tooth fairy will leave you a quarter. It's like, but he's like, but if you just throw it away yourself, I will give you 50 cents. So I love that. Worked on so many levels. One, it was like he got out of having to like handle like our teeth. It's like, because that's gross. So he's like, I don't want to have to deal with that. But then he's like, I'm gonna one up the tooth fairy. Like, oh, you think the tooth fairy's great because it'll give you a quarter? I'm gonna give you 50 cents. Like, that's fucking brilliant.
Your dad didn't want to handle teeth from a living person, but it was literally his job to handle all of a dead person.
Well, like I said, I don't actually know if that was the guy. I think it was more just like He's like, I'm tired. Like when it's late at night and you're in bed, I want to be in bed. I don't want to have to do the whole like Indiana Jones like swap thing, and, like not wake you up. He's probably just like, look, if you just throw it away, I'll give you 50 cents. Like it actually escalated from there. He's like, or if you flush it down the toilet, I'll give you $1. Probably because like with my dad's sense of humor, like he just thought for some reason, he just thought a kid flushing a tooth down the toilet was hilarious. So
That
it
makes sense.
was giving us $1 for his entertainment. And I'm like, all right, sure, Dad. Thanks.
One of your brother's favorite stories to start off, cold, like just cold, and one of my favorite ones he has told is one that starts out saying, "So I was helping my dad put this dead hooker on a table."
Because that is a true story. Because my dad, before he retired, was a deputy coroner in Clark County, Ohio. And sometimes he would take my older brother out with him on scene investigations, or he would help him out like with autopsy, or not help with the actual autopsy, but with some steps in the autopsy at the hospital. So yes, when my dad had to do an autopsy on a dead hooker, my older brother helped put her on the table.
Well, that's a two-man job, putting a full-grown human on a table, I would assume. How did your dad do it solo? Is there a winch involved?
I think they're like, I mean, he was never like completely alone at the hospital. Like
that's
there were
probably
like other
best.
pathologists or like other like orderlies, like, you know, people. But I think also in some cases there was like perhaps a mechanism, like, but I'm thinking of like the claw machine, but it's not exactly that, but
it was probably like an engine hoist, like the mechanics have.
Yeah, probably something like that. But yeah. All right. So,
by the way, I think that hooker story is like a peak bonding moment between your brother and your dad.
Oh yeah, for sure. But then do you remember the next line in the story?
No.
Yeah. So it's like, so I'm helping my dad lift the dead hooker on the table. And my dad says to me, son, you want to feel what a shattered rib cage feels like?
So much bonding. They bonded being like, the squishy, not supposed to be squishy bits of the dead hooker.
So if anyone is wondering how I turned out the way I did, this was
I honestly don't know what's weirder. It's for him to say that, or for him to say, son, you want to know what a dead hooker's vagina feels like? Which one's more okay?
Well, see, here's the thing. Like my dad's like response, if he heard you say that, first of all, he would be like,
apologize. He'd punch me in the mouth.
No, he'd be like, that's disgusting.
And then I would just laugh. Like, it's funny, and I'm so uncomfortable I'm laughing.
Yep. So, ooh. Apparently, DP can relate somewhat. Yeah, my old man used to do side jobs for morticians. How do you do side jobs for morticians? And I rode with him in the morgue runs. I was in the van like, please don't sit. Please don't sit. Because apparently there can be that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a thing that can happen.
And sometimes like their eyes will move and...
Lady Gaga, born this way, Tommy. This way because dead hooker. Well... I don't know if I would say I am this way because dead hooker, but I think the dead hooker situation and me being the way I am have a common ancestor, as it were. To use the evolutionary metaphor. All right.
Helped you dodge that bullet, because if it wasn't him, it would have been you.
Well, but that's the thing. Like when I was younger, I was actually jealous because like I wanted to like join in.
Which is why he wouldn't let you. He knew it'd be a problem.
Well, actually, like for a while, actually growing up, like I was the one who was actually planning on being a doctor and like going into like that same type of stuff. But then I got to high school and there was like several realizations. One was, okay, when I talk about like going into like medical school and like all the stuff you have to do to be a doctor, I was like, okay, when I graduate high school, I want to be more than half done with school.
Yeah.
But then there was also, as far as like the like more complicated classes, it's like I had been doing like really good in math and science, but then when I hit like trigonometry and physics, it's like I just hit a wall. I just couldn't like in those classes or anything beyond. So I was like, all right, something else.
I think your dad knew that you would make the corpses sing metal lyrics. He just makes their mouths go.
Well, I mean, come on, you're literally in a morgue. So I mean,
and he's like, I don't want to help the necromancy. It's like,
I mean, that is like
I'm just tolerating it.
I'm like, no, Dad, it's literally death metal. Come on, what's wrong with you? But,
dude, somebody's got to do a corpse marionette. I mean, the person who is donating their body, like they would have to like specify, I'm donating my body to marionettism.
Yeah, not science. So here's the thing, like, I'll just say a blanket, like after I'm gone, because I don't care. Like literally, my only stipulation for what's done after I go is don't give my kids trauma.
That's a good.
Other
plan.
than that, yeah. Other than that, I give zero shits.
So, yeah, what do the kids need? Do that.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's all I care about. As long as my kids are good with it, then whatever.
That's a good idea. Like, do the kids need to cremate me? Do the kids need to bury me? Like, I'm done with me at that point. What do they need?
Yeah. So, yep. All right. Well, it's midnight 30-ish.
Also, keep in mind, if you cremate somebody, like, the bones don't cremate very well, so those will have to be pulverized in an industrial blender. So it's like blender plus burning.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, I don't know. So, what did we learn tonight about consciousness and why it definitely means God?
Do you think believing in God is like donating your remains to puppetry?
No, but it's like donating your remains to puppetry while you're still alive, though.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Donating your morality.
Yep.
It's a lot of faith to say that, like, I'm gonna bet Bronze Age had it figured out.
Yeah, that's a that's a take. That's a take. So, all right. So yeah, for me, bottom line, it's like, yeah, again, I know this wasn't what Neil deGrasse Tyson originally meant. He might agree with this use of it, though. Like to people like Erik Manning, like, look, when it comes to like things like consciousness, like just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean you know what it is. And yeah, that's what I'll say about that. How about you, Matt? Any other than the closing? Any other closing remarks?
What just came to mind is if you haven't tried wheated bourbon, try wheated bourbon.
That's wheated, like the grain.
Wheated, yeah.
Or if you can get weeded, like with weed added, that might be good too.
Oh, that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Also, if you haven't tried a really high quality hazy IPA, and by high quality I mean it's like 2/3 the cost of a 6-pack for one beer. Combine that with your favorite THC product. No, there's got to be terpenes involved. It can't just be THC. It's got to be, It
and
magnifies shit.
Yeah, and I will also say if you can't get like the super expensive one, like I'd say like the cheapest but still really good version is Stone's Fear Movie Lions double IPA. You get a 6-pack of Tall Boys. That's 16 ounces for only like $12 or $13. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's really good shit. And I think that was actually part of my one successful getting high experience. I think that might have been the beer that did it.
Yeah, I think hazy IPAs in general are a good bet. If it's like a hazy imperial, that's an even better bet because that seems to have more of everything in it.
Oh, no,
Use Crown Royal as bong water.
That's what I learned. But
there would be so much coughing involved.
Yeah, but Fox may have like my favorite lesson from tonight. I learned that you two had a lovely wedding that I was not invited.
Here's the thing.
Wait, there's a the thing with this?
This is a little mean.
Okay.
In retrospect, Tommy's wife was barely invited.
Wait, to your wedding?
No, yours.
Oh. I mean, yeah, to be fair, it didn't work out, but
oh damn, I just yanked
it didn't take
the shit out of my ears.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just saying, yeah, to be fair, it didn't take, but hey. All right. So
you had good beer and good music. So like my first wedding, we had free drinks and it was a lot of fun. So was the second one, but
yeah, I was at your second wedding. That was a lot of fun. At the wedding, Matt and Tommy looked at one another at the same time and said, "What? Friends listen to Endless Love in the Dark."
God damn it! I don't know how I feel about this lore.
Wait, so Daniel was there apparently. Wow. And I mean, what?
Intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
How did I get that door out of the frame? I swear my camera zoomed in more.
Well, I remember seeing more of the tree-like thing before. Yeah.
All right.
That seems more right.
Keep knocking my laptop around.
All right. Well, on that note, all those notes.
A lot of notes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just, I guess, remember. So we're here next week. Topic to be determined. So yeah, we don't have next week planned, but we have like the next several after that planned. So on the 17th, remember, that's when we're doing the big Bible character tier list that we want to have a lot of people on, like joining us. Like I'll put the link out in the chat for people to actually join the show, and we can go through and rank all the Bible characters, or not all of them, obviously.
We'll have to pick some interesting ones, and maybe criteria that we're like gauging them on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we'll have to establish, okay, here's not just what the tiers are, but and what qualifies for each tier, but yeah, what criteria we're judging on. Yeah. I think last time we basically just went by like what we actually think.
Yeah.
The person, not how good were they in the Bible or according to the story or according to Christianity, but just looking at them objectively, like as a character in a story, basically. What do we think? That's kind of what we went by. So yeah, so if you want a little preview of what this might look like, it's on, go back and watch that video. It's from like well over a year ago. It's on on our YouTube channel. It's on our favorites or whatever I called it playlist, and check out the others while you're there too. So that is in 2 weeks on the 17th. So again, if you'd like to join us, mark your calendars. And thanks, BS. You're obviously welcome
here till the end. Look at this guy.
Yeah, nice. But yeah, so people want to join us for that. Yeah, we'll take as many people that want to join us on the show that we can hold. I think we could take up to like 8 more, something like that.
That's ridiculous.
So that's the 17th. As far as like Wednesday the 24th, Christmas Eve, I'm not going to be available. Matt may or may not be doing a solo show that night. New Year's Eve, probably doing a show, but yeah, we'll see. Like I don't have any plans yet, but we'll see if we end up having New Year's Eve plans. I typically don't.
That reminded me, I haven't watched it yet. I paused it because it's like a meaningful episode to me of the X-Files where Mulder and Scully get trapped in the haunted house on Christmas Eve. That's a very good episode.
Okay.
It's where they realize they love each other and they want to be together forever, but like they're so dysfunctional that like the best they can do is what they're doing.
Well, that works. Oh, kind of like us. I mean, what? So that's New Year's Eve. Fine. So yeah, New Year's Eve, not planning on doing a show, but we'll see and we'll keep you posted, obviously. But then starting in January, that's when we're doing our series that we're super excited about doing, Crossroads Church, our former church's sermon series on deconstruction called Rock Solid. That should let you know where they're going with it and how amazing it will be. So, oh yes, and watch BS's new cartoon. I haven't yet, but yeah, it's on my list of things I need to watch. I think it's the Ray Comfort one, if that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the most recent I've seen, but yeah.
Anybody doing cartoons, it's hard work.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard work to make it any good at all.
Yeah. Watch BS's like newest cartoon, watch his oldest cartoon, and anything in between. It's all good. But yeah, so stay tuned for all that, and I guess we'll have to think of something to do for next week. It's like I'm out of ideas. All the things.
Hey! Did you know like Girl Defined is deconstructing? I just saw that earlier.
I did know that. Yeah, and one of them, and like one of them, her husband
was.
And I think one of her husbands actually said he's an atheist.
Yeah. And then the other
So-
husband seems to either be a dud or evil. It's unclear.
Right. Yeah. So, but speaking of what we should cover next, if like I should have put this out there earlier, but I tried to remind people, if people have suggestions for what they want us to watch or react to or talk about, or people they think we should have on, or if they want to be on themselves, like we'll have anybody on. Well, okay, not just anyone, but I mean,
At least not
pretty much any of our, at least like, especially like our regulars in the chat, like probably any of you on. We'd have any of you on for something. Yeah.
No.
So,
all right. I think a bong.
but real quick before,
hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish this first.
All right.
Back to this. Yeah, but email us at the Humanity Live or the Humanity Live. You can spell it either way, as always. Whether it's show suggestions, if you want to come on, or just general chatting, questions, anything, email us there. All right. Back to the thing. The vape that doubles as a didgeridoo. That would be good.
That is all right. Here's the problem with that. Like a didgeridoo is for blowing out, right? What you need is like an inlet pipe when you take an an inhale and you do the and the didgeridoo after that. That needs to be an exhale.
Mm.
And to do that, you're holding on to it for quite a while.
Or what if you just
exhale? It's a ride.
Or what if you just like put the didgeridoo like in the pipeline somehow, but just reverse it? So as you're inhaling through the didgeridoo, it's like exhaling through the bong.
Well, it's circular breathing, so I think you're inhaling through your nose. So you would need like a weed helmet, where instead of like drinking beers through it, it's just got like the tubes going into your nose.
All right, so here's our first request for something to watch on the show: the holiday episode of the X-Files, because BS wants to see Matt cry.
No, I would just have a very inward autistic moment. That's what I remember the last time happened when I saw it.
Makes sense.
I was like,
all right,
explains things I can't say with words.
those are good times. Or something. All right. Well, I think that's all I got. So thanks everyone for hanging out in the chat as always, and thanks for the new folks. We have had at least a couple of new people pop in tonight. Really appreciate seeing you here. Please come back. As always, like, share, comment. Even if you're watching later, please leave your comments. I'd love to go back and read through those when they happen. But and share it, please. Like I said, like. We're not like super popular, but the people who do know about us seem to like it. So, let other people know. So,
and DP has a great idea for how to make it work.
Yeah,
like that could work. The whole problem with having tubes going straight to your nose or something like that ends up getting real harsh.
True enough.
Hey,
and Bryce jumping in at the end, but good to see you.
Out of nowhere, here comes Bryce.
Yeah, and you are welcome.
Didn't know he was there.
Being super sneaky. All right, so that's all I got.
I'm very sneaky.
Yeah. You underestimate the sneaky, sir. Yes. All right. So, only cost the last few minutes. Well, do go back and watch the previous a lot more than a few minutes.
If you liked that, you might also like earlier. I was gonna say you'll love earlier, but I don't make guarantees.
Yeah, so if this is an enticement, we talked about like how my brother told a story about. So I was helping my dad put the dead hooker on the table,
and
that's all I'll say about that.
Minutes.
Yeah, so that's all I'll say about that. So go back and watch. It's good times. All right, yeah. So that's all I got. Oh, wait, you're over here.
I'm
Take
here.
us out, Matt.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Nighty night.